So do we need to join so we can see the other council members that aren't here?
That's a good question. Should folks,
So in order to see, like, do we need to join it so we can see them here, or do we
if
watch?
you'd like, you can. Is Marv? Marv's on Zoom. Okay. So we're good.
But Ryan will be here.
Ryan
I
said
just see
he's
it
here.
right there.
I don't, I'm like waiting for the locker.
Yeah, that's sufficient, I would think. Yeah, you're about halfway done, aren't you? Okay. Thanks, bro.
Ready? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Planning Commission for Thursday, November 12th, 2020. We will begin with the call to order. Welcome to everyone that's here. Thank you for staff for all the work you've done to put this together for us. And James Call is not in attendance, so the pledge and the invocation will be by Curtis Whitehead.
Please arise and remove your hat. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our dear Heavenly Father, we humbly bow our head before Thee this Thursday evening. We're indeed grateful to be here in this city building to be able to discuss the city in which we live. We're grateful for Santa Clara. We're grateful for this great country, and we ask those that are at the helms of it at this time that they'll be blessed and inspired to make decisions that are in the best interests of the American people. Be with us tonight, that also as we discuss, that we'll be able to make educated decisions and be able to be beneficial to all those involved. Continue to bless this area in which we live. Bless it with the moisture that we so badly need at this time. We love Thee, Father, and we say these things humbly in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Curtis. Okay. On to the agenda today. Do we have any communication from the citizens that is not on the agenda tonight? Didn't think so. Let's just jump right into it. We've got 3 public hearings today. We'll do the first one, the public hearing to receive input on the proposed zone change request. Let's get some information on that. And then anybody that's got comments that they'd like to make, I need you to give me your address for the record. Go ahead and make your comments. And then if you would vacate to the other room, to the banquet room, and allow other people in, that would work the best. So we can make sure we've got everybody accounted for, and keep it concise if you could. If somebody else has already made your point for you, you probably don't need to stand up and say it again. Okay. Just try to keep this as concise as possible. All right. Who is presenting this one?
I'll do this.
Bob, go ahead.
And Corey, is it fine just to do it from here?
Yeah, you have a mic, so.
Okay. Okay, this is a public hearing. Let's read it from the public hearing to receive public input on a proposed zone change request from residential R110 and residential agricultural to planned development residential on 5.43 acres, generally located east of Gates Lane and south of Santa Clara Drive. Kyle Hafen is the applicant. And I think the 5.43 acres included some road area that's going to be dedicated. So the net zone change area, my understanding is actually 4.46 acres. So that's why there's been a couple of numbers floating around, but the net, according to the applicants, is 4.46 for the actual project site, without considering the proposed new public streets. So also later in the agenda, we'll consider a conditional use permit for the assisted living facility, because in the PD residential zone, an assisted living facility is listed as conditional use, and also neighborhood commercial mixed use. So those would be part of the request, and I'll just present it kind of at least comments all together. So again, the applicants, there's a group called Sycamore Developments, Kyle Hafen, Anthony Jeffers, Kimball Rogers, and others. They're all either here or participating remotely. As Planning Commission and probably the public knows, this came before the city a few months ago, but it was on property that was actually further to the east. And after the previous application was turned down, they decided to move the project area to the west out towards Gates Lane. And so the project, we lump it as an assisted living facility. It has three components. One is independent living. They come in 1 and 2 bedroom units, and there's 50 proposed independent living units, 40 assisted living, and 20 bed memory care units. So basically the same breakdown as before. So total, there's 110 proposed units. The project has both 1-story buildings and 2-story buildings, and we'll get into the design, and the applicants can kind of go into their PowerPoint on the design of these units, but just so you know, there's some 1- and 2-story buildings. The applicant in your packet, you may have noticed, has provided a narrative of the project. Also, what's a new wrinkle with this request is when they move the project to the west, up near the corner of Gates Lane and Santa Clara Drive, they now have 5 to perhaps 10,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial space along Santa Clara Drive that would front right up to Santa Clara Drive there on what would be the southeast corner of Santa Clara Drive and Gates Lane. That from the street front, Santa Clara Drive, that'd be 1-story building, but from the back side, that would be 2-story. So they have some walkout units, which would be assisted living underneath. And we can see that a little more if we look at the site plan. The project is doing some riprap work along the Santa Clara Drive, and we'll have to elevate some of the property to, I think, remove it out of the 100-year floodplain. And so they're aware of that need to do the additional erosion protection, also called riprap, whatever, along Santa Clara River frontage. The general plan for this area, as you can look on the back wall map, is nearly all of this property is within an area in the general plan designated as mixed use residential. It's labeled MUR, which is a land use designation for a variety of housing types, townhomes, multifamily, etc. Also neighborhood commercial uses such as small retail stores and offices. So their project fits within the guidelines of the mixed use residential land designation on the general plan. A portion of the project, probably just a little less than half of the project, falls within the historic district. Before, there was just a half acre and with their memory care, but when they moved the project now westward, some additional property is within the historic district. So some on the corner of Santa Clara Drive and Gates Lane, that corner, southeast corner, is in the historic district. And The historic district met today at 4:00, reviewed the project again, and again recommended approval of the zone change and their conceptual building design. So before they had recommended approval and they renewed the approval for the project, for the zone change and the conceptual building designs. One thing before, let's see. On the general plan, I mentioned that it's designated as mixed-use residential, but there's another aspect of the general plan, and it's probably one of the reasons I think staff has been supportive of this project, is that in the general plan, there is an objective and a policy, and I'd read it. And the objective, it's found on page 57 of the city general plan. It says, increase the variety of housing types within new neighborhoods to accommodate a wide range of life stages and housing needs. And the policy that was adopted with the general plan 7.1 says the city will encourage and explore a greater variety of housing types to accommodate the needs and incomes of a broad range of residents. One of the things that's been lacking in Santa Clara is facilities for the elderly, like assisted living. And probably in the past, people said, well, go to St. George. I think as the Santa Clara matures and grows, taking on some of these needs for the all residents is an important component, and the city adopted that policy. So, I think that this is in line with that, since we're providing assisted living facilities for elderly residents, many of which may come from Santa Clara. Anyway, so the architecture, they have some slides and photos, and I won't get too much detail. They indicate it reflects the existing architecture vernacular of the surrounding area. And we'll look at some slides in a minute. A little bit about parking and traffic. The assisted living project in general, if it's memory care, the people don't drive. Assisted living, basically the same, very limited. But there is a visitor and a staff component to the trip generation. And the 50 independent living units, they're under this manual that is called the ITE, is the International Traffic Engineers Trip Generation Manual. They estimate that an independent living unit generates about 3.7 trips per day per unit, and a trip out and a trip back is considered one trip. So obviously that's much less than a typical single family home, which they estimate for 10 units. So this is down to 3.7. And then based on the 40 assisted living, 20 memory care, it's approximately 300 trips a day. Rough estimates, because the ITE manual breaks or lists assisted living, memory care into what they call congregate care. I'm not sure exactly how they define that, but anyway, they have some numbers. So they're pretty good estimates, and I think it's pretty much in line with what the applicants had come up with. So we're talking roughly 300 trips per day. Parking, they do meet the city, or they do meet the city parking standards, which is listed in the code under just nursing homes, which is 4 spaces plus 1 space for each 3 beds. And so let's see, 60 beds for the assisted living and memory units, the minimum parking requirement would be 24 spaces. The independent senior living, we don't, in our city code, we don't have a specific listing. The normal, the parking requirement is 2 spaces per unit. But the typical range for us independent living units would be about 1.3 to 1.5 spaces per unit. And so that amounts to somewhere between 65 and 75 total parking spaces for the 50 senior living units. So in total, the parking requirement, approximately 89 to 99. Their site plan shows 95. So we think that's in line with the demand. Again, will be on the conditional use permit. The PDR zone lists independent living, assisted living care, and the commercial use as conditional uses. And therefore, we need to address the conditional use findings at the appropriate time. That's another agenda item later in the agenda, but we, when we go through conditional uses, we look at potential negative impacts. And if there are any, then Planning Commission City can impose conditions to mitigate any potentially negative impacts. We'll cover that in the next agenda item. So based on the compliance with the city general plan, the designation there it currently says mixed use residential, the design of the units, the open space, the landscaping, the fact that this is a facility that could be well used in Santa Clara by Santa Clara residents. I think the staff is supportive. I don't know if you have any questions. That's probably all I have.
Could you define for me one more time where the historic district is, and what portion of this is in the historic district?
Yes, and they, on their PowerPoint, they had a pretty good slide that showed the boundaries. And I don't know, Corey, if you pull up their PowerPoint.
As soon as the computer will allow me.
Let's
I
see.
think it's page 10 on the packet. I don't know.
It's their fourth slide in their packet. I don't think you can just. Let's see, maybe we'll get to their. In their PowerPoint, Corey, it's the fourth slide. Then I assume we'll have the same PowerPoint that they use for the Heritage Commission. I assume that would be.
Anyway, so my question is this, which is what portion of this is in the historic district, and which, so I know which piece is the commercial, already zoned commercial.
Well, none of this is currently zoned commercial.
So that corner of Gates Lane and Santa Clara is still part of the R110?
Yes.
Or is that the mixed?
But isn't that the part that's in the, right?
Well, it's designated on the general plan as mixed use residential,
Mhm.
which includes then commercial uses in that, but it's not zoned that way currently.
Okay,
So,
all right.
And while Corey's looking for their slide, they had a pretty good slide that showed the historic district. I don't know, let me just, this is Benelli, Santa Clara Drive, Gates Lane. This was the original drawing, by the way. So this is the kind of the mixed use residential general plan. If you can see this pencil line, it's about 150 feet south of Santa Clara Drive. You come down and there's the historic district comes straight across, and at this point picks up a property line, and then it follows a property line across. So so it's a little less than half.
But it's almost all of that corner.
It's it's this corner right on the southeast corner of Gates Lane and Santa Clara Drive, with the addition of this half-acre piece that's proposed for memory care.
Drag it over
Okay.
down the bottom.
And maybe, like say, they have a slide that shows it much better. When we get to that, we can find those.
Okay.
So basically, the historic district, or the historic committee is feeling that their designs are within line to accommodate what they would wish in that.
Yes, that's what they approved today. So,
I do have a picture.
yeah, and this is a little different slide. I don't know, in their packet, slide number 4 might be up a little bit. But I don't know, like we can, let's see. I don't think that does work a little bit. So if you can see this red line, here, battery shot on this. You have another, you have a
Mark, you have one there at the desk.
They are both dead. I just tried them. That one might work. That's will work.
Or the next one.
Yeah, I think it's dead. Okay. 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 All right. Is that all you've got
that's all I have.
on that explanation? All right. Do we want to,
Well, I think the applicants probably have more detail and would probably be good to see their presentation.
who's here for the applicant today?
Kyle Hafen, and then Anthony Jeffers will be joining us via Zoom.
I'm here.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to that?
If the time allots for us to do our presentation, then we'll do so.
Sounds
Can I
good.
get access to control the screen so I can pull up our PowerPoint presentation? If you can just grant me screen sharing.
Did that do it, Anthony?
There we go. Yep, it sure did. Good evening, and again, thank you, members of the Planning Commission, for the opportunity to be on the agenda this evening and to present to you our request and also our concepts for this project and things that have changed from several months ago when we first submitted this. You know, in our last meeting, we received a lot of comments. Some were very passionate, and rightfully so. We understand that. And we took all those comments under consideration and looked through them and try to understand the viability of them and what was really desired by the neighbors. And we feel like this new submission that we're making to you this evening addresses most of those comments that were made. This image that you see before you, this is actually the south elevation of the main commons building that is looking south onto Benelli and also looking south over the river and to the Sycamores. This main building, you can see the actual entry, the road coming in that leads up to the porte-cochere drop-off area, which would also be the main entrance of the property and of the project. And then the other thing we looked at too is the actual aesthetics, the look and feel of this design. We feel looks more like the Hamblin House and really embodies more of that pioneer theme and the pioneer heritage of Santa Clara. So if you notice the color and the materials, we've changed those again because of the comments and feedback that we received from the last meeting. Also, the scale and size of this project is smaller. This is 1.5 acres smaller than our last proposal. We are 10 units smaller, and our trip counts are over 50 trip counts per day smaller. So all of this is in response to the comments and feedback that we received from the last meeting. But again, I just wanted to show you that the roof lines, the architecture, the color palette is more in alignment with the true pioneer heritage of Santa Clara and aligns with the comments that we received. This particular slide here shows the actual designation request that we are submitting for this evening, and shows the desired designation for planned development residential that allows for the mixed use with some small commercial space. This is actually a plan that's pulled right off of the city's website that shows what the current zoning is. The red outline actually shows the property, which again is 1.5 acres smaller than our previous proposal. This particular slide represents the communication that we did from our last meeting in preparations for coming into tonight. How important it is for us to reach out to all the neighbors and physically talk to them. So you'll see the actual property outlined in red. You'll see a green highlight that highlights the area of all of the businesses and homes that immediately surround our property and the proposal that we have. And then just some quick stats that we basically hand delivered 60 flyers regarding this proposal and in preparations for tonight's meeting to ensure that the neighbors and the community was well aware of what our intent was, but also to demonstrate and show that we listened to these comments that were given several months ago, and that we've taken those comments and now implemented them in our new design and our new proposal. This particular slide is just showing the proposed, the current topography, and that we will be addressing the floodplain. We will have to do some site work, some civil work as it relates to the actual topography and slope of the property to make sure that it is in compliance and alignment with the senior living facility and the surrounding properties. This is our proposed site plan. Again, for those of you that were there the last time we presented this, you'll notice that this site has moved completely to the far west. It does not have the property that now is associated with Quail Street. It has all been focused, again, because of the comments and feedback from our last meeting of trying to condense this and put this project on the property where it's best suited. Trying again to reduce the overall property size, reduce the number of units by 10, and reducing trip counts. We think it's more amenable and more acceptable for the residents and takes all those comments into consideration and into application. The one thing that you'll notice on this particular site plan is right here along Santa Clara Drive, we have agreed to give 12 feet to the city as basically a merge lane or a traffic control mechanism, so that as folks are turning off of Gates Lane onto Santa Clara Drive, that there will be an actual merge lane here to help with that. Additionally, you'll notice that we've got some parking stalls right here on our property. These parking stalls will service the proposed commercial space. That commercial space is going to be somewhere around 3,000 to 5,000 square feet of commercial space based on the parking calculations and the amount of parking we can physically put on our property. But again, we're going to keep that parking on our property. And then what we propose is that along the west side of the property, we will put ADA accessibility, both with ramps and stairs and handrails, to allow for folks as they come in and they park in these parking stalls right here off of Benelli, that they can then walk up the side of the building and access all this commercial that fronts and faces Santa Clara Drive. The other thing that we did too is we wanted to make sure that all of the parking associated with the senior living is all on site. And we also situated it such that the buildings create a buffer for that parking. We also took and looked at the parking locations and the adjoining property lines and wanted to make sure that we opened this up as much as we possibly could for open space so that we did not obstruct these views as much as possible. We also included the setbacks to allow for, again, that buffer between those adjoining properties and our proposed property. The one thing I do want to comment on is as we go back to this slide, the look and feel of the aesthetics of this building will be consistent on the front, the back, and both sides of the building. So what you see in this rendering is our intent of finishes, color palettes, things of that nature for all sides of the buildings. Again, as noted, this particular project, again, we have reduced the number of units. Originally, we had 20 memory care, 50 assisted living, and 50 independent. We've now reduced that by 10 and feel that that would be more conducive, again, based on the comments that we had from the last meeting. And then this right here is a rendering that, again, this is the north elevation facing or right in alignment with Santa Clara Drive. This particular artistic rendering is trying to capture the proposed commercial retail space along Santa Clara Drive that we think is very complementary and very supportive for the needs of Santa Clara and all of the nearby residents. On the second floor, that will actually be the senior care units above that as part of that mixed use that Bob was talking about earlier. And more importantly is, again, the aesthetics and the look and feel and the color palette really resonate, again, with that Pioneer heritage in the Hamblin House. And we feel like it'll make a great bookend of the commercial space as we come to the end of Santa Clara and as you head up the hill going to Ivans. It'll also be basically the welcoming building as one comes from Ivans into Santa Clara. This will be the first building that they see as far as commercial building. And so we want to make sure that we're paying honor to that Pioneer heritage in aesthetics and in material and colors and just the overall look and feel of the building. And again, making it very pedestrian friendly with the walkability. As mentioned, the commercial space is going to be roughly between 3,000 and 5,000 square feet. And what we are envisioning is that these are going to be small retail shops. There will not be any national chains because the square footage just doesn't permit for that, nor does parking. And quite frankly, we don't want that. We want this to feel like small neighborhood, small shops, like an ice cream parlor, a barber shop, a small pharmacy. The other thing that we like about this new idea that came out of our conversations from our last meeting is it also allows the assisted living residents now to come and walk to this space and patronize these shops rather than having to drive. So again, reducing the number of daily trip counts by providing the services that they need in this retail space. So with that, that's our presentation for tonight. And we would now open the floor for comments. Kyle, you might want to have some comments as well, so I'll give it to you, Kyle.
Thanks, Anthony. I think Anthony touched on this, and I just really want to convey the concept that from our previous meetings, from meeting with residents, planning commission, city council, other staff, and TRC staff, that we really did listen to the concerns, to the comments, negative and positive, and spent a lot of time in trying to figure out if we wanted to present again. I personally feel like this facility, as Bob mentioned, does bridge a gap that's needed. The city of Santa Clara is most of the land that we have is designated as residential, R110. We've started to entertain some townhome concepts idea up on the heights to maybe bridge that gap for those who are, newly married or renting or, a more affordable way of living. But there isn't anything for those seniors. And we do have a lot of great heritage here in Santa Clara. I think most of us take great pride in that. And being able to provide for an additional stage of life, as the general plan talks about, is important. And it's something that as a city adopting and participating in part of that general plan specifies. So we listened, we removed any of the previous home sites and or buildings off of Quell Street. And there's a natural elevation change between the green proposed site and to the right, which would be to the east of 10 to 15 feet. It makes for a better transition with the residential homes that could potentially be on Quell. Anthony discussed the parking and separating the buildings, pulling them to the front to allow for better view corridors for those homes that are on Santa Clara Drive, to not have a building directly behind them. We've increased the landscaping to again help with the natural buffer. Decrease the size of the buildings, the massings, spread them out, redesigned the elevations to, again, make the comments, let it just to understand and know that we listened to those comments and we took them into consideration in this new plan. People have said, we already said no, why are you doing it again? Well, we might differ in if an assisted living facility would be a great piece to Santa Clara. I believe that it would be. So in coming back and presenting a new concept, it was done with the thoughts and comments from the public and from staff. Any questions from Planning Commission?
You answered two of my questions because I was concerned last time we heard you hadn't talked to the neighbors. You hadn't had those conversations. You've had those, you've illustrated that. And we do have, well, you'll have your turn. We do have quite a few comments that have come in and, through the channels that are to be because of the way we look at it. So we have to take those into consideration too. But one of my biggest concerns after the fact, after I think we need it. I think we need these types of things, but was the fact of the impact, and you've lessened that. In your presentation.
Yeah, the entirety of the parcel, if you include the additional 3.5 acres of Quell Street that's no longer part of that, it's 9 to 10 acres. And the current zoning, would indicate that we could put somewhere between 18 and 20 homes there. And just for sake of easy math, because I'm not that good at it, if there's 20 homes and the average trip count's 10 per home, we're talking about 50 more trip counts based on a study. We believe it'll be less because of the location, because of where it's at. But even then, to look at it in the extreme and say, for 50 more trip counts a day, is this going to benefit Santa Clara? My answer is absolutely.
Bob, you'd mentioned in your description that it was 2 stories where the commercial was going to be, but this looks like it's going to have a walkout. So if it has a walkout, it's going to be 2 stories on Santa Clara Drive, but technically 3-story.
Well, my understanding, yes, it'll have a walkout, and that was the lower level would be the assisted living, and then the commercial on top. Now, you'll have to correct me, Kyle, on Santa Clara Drive, were those 1 or 2-story?
So the rendering is nothing more than a rendering. It's the architectural design and elements of it that we're trying to identify with. That is not the actual plan. That answer your question?
Yeah, he showed me on 14, but I just understood that the backside was a 2-story. It was single-story on the road, but it looks like it is 2-story on the road, 3-story walkout.
Yeah, so that backside corridor, if you note up here, will be part of an interior corridor with the assisted living facility.
Thank you.
Obviously, any building will follow the correct building codes as far as height restrictions.
Marv or James, you guys have any comments from distance or questions?
This is Marv. I was just curious. I don't think that last question was answered correctly or completely, maybe. So straight out, the question would be on Santa Clara Drive, is that a 2-story frontage or a 1-story frontage?
The picture that you're seeing would actually show a 3-story frontage even on Santa Clara Drive. Our intent right now is not 100% certain. We don't anticipate going 3-story on Santa Clara Drive. It could be 2-story. We don't see it being higher than, I think we're trying to stay below a 26-foot pitch.
Correct.
Does that answer your question, Marv?
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
Anthony previously said they're 3,000 to 5,000 square feet of commercial is kind of what they were contemplating, right? So, I mean, they're not going to get much more because of the parking requirement. And so,
Right.
Correct.
The idea behind the commercial is, we know I mean, we've met with the Economic Committee, the Historic District. We know those are elements, we believe those are elements that the city of Santa Clara wants. There's a reason why they have the Historic District overlay on Santa Clara Drive, is to allow for some neighborhood commercial. Our intent is not to have this be a high traffic commercial area or aspect, only that of offering some services to those who live close. Anywhere, obviously, they can patronize them, and also to those in the facility.
okay. Kyle and Anthony, thank you. Well done.
Thank
At
you.
this point, we will open this for public comment. I know we have some that need to be read. You want to do that first or last?
I'll go ahead and do it first.
We'll do that first. So we'll read the comments that have been submitted online.
This is submitted today to Mayor Rosenberg, City Council members. I live on the northeast corner of Gates Lane in Santa Clara, which is directly north of the proposed Santa Clara Trail Senior Living Project. My first thought is why this is even being discussed. It was my understanding that the City Council unanimously voted against this project last July. Yes, the developer has changed the project footprint slightly, but the overall project still does not fit in the proposed area of Santa Clara. Please know that while I am not opposed to the type of project being built in Santa Clara, I am opposed to having it built across the street from my home. Concerns: project construction time. Projected construction time for the Santa Clara Trail Senior Living Development is 2+ years. During this time, not only will there be the noise and increased traffic from the site itself, but there are other construction projects going on at the same time in the area, which includes, but not limited to, continued development of the Sycamores and the South Hills. The past summer and spring, trucks hauling dirt from the South Hills site would often start arriving between 5:30 to 6 a.m., lining up just south of Santa Clara Bridge, waiting their turn. The rock slide and dump trucks are loud, and often dirt is blowing from the top of the load. There is frequent discharge for Jake brakes adherence. Multiple times these trucks do not observe the stop sign and pull out in front of traffic heading east or west on Santa Clara Drive. Ivis is also experiencing increased construction, and much of that traffic commutes to and from by Santa Clara Drive. Can Santa Clara Drive handle the increased wear and tear caused by this type of heavy traffic? Street level commercial space. Parking is limited. Customers would need to walk up an incline or steps to get from the parking to their shops. Location is not conducive to shopping, walk-in street traffic. Generally, very few businesses located in the downtown area of Santa Clara have been successful. Examples: multiple restaurants, florist shops, and art gallery. There are no guarantees that the commercial business will be successful. Do we really want or need empty buildings on Santa Clara Drive? Note, added noise, increase EMS, ambulance presence in the area. I appreciate being able to express my thoughts and sincerely hope that you will take into consideration the thoughts and opinions of others who are concerned about this proposed location. How does this project add to the charm and small town atmosphere that many of us moved here for? Honestly, is this something that you would like to see when you look out your front door? Thank you, Patty Warby, 3268 Santa Clara Drive. The next comment was submitted on November 5th. Rob Gray, 3264 Santa Clara Drive. His public comment is, I'm still against the rezoning proposal. I'm upset this initiative is up for public hearing again. I believe an assisted living complex would bring substantially more traffic to an already congested Santa Clara Drive and would lower home values in the area. I attended a Santa Clara public hearing recently where a group was discussing a conditional use permit for an Ace hardware store adjacent to Harmon's grocery store. One person opposed to the idea did not like the close proximity of the back wall of the store would have to her backyard. A council person responded with a comment that resonated with me. He said that the area was zoned commercial far before any homes were built around it, that the residents knew what they were getting into when they built or purchased their homes. This would not the case with the proposed assisted living complex. When we purchased our homes, we expected and still expect the zoning of this area to remain residential R110 and agriculture. A change to zoning would go against the wishes of those who would be most affected by the change, those living around the proposed assisted living complex. Although I don't remember the exact number of those opposed to this change, when this idea was unanimously voted down a couple months ago, I do remember what Wendell Gubler tallied the number of those in favor of the proposal at 2, and that there were dozens and dozens of people against. I hope the city council will take into account the wishes of the residents who will be adversely affected and vote against this change in zoning again. Thank you. We have 6 of these. That was from Rob Gray. Going on November 10th, Joshua Call, 1401 South Quell Street. Due to the current COVID regulations and state of emergency declared by Governor Herbert, I will not be able to attend the Planning Commission meeting to voice my opposition to the proposed zone change to allow for an assisted living facility. I am against this proposed zone change as the current zoning was approved to properly plan for balanced and acceptable growth in our community. The proposed zone change will increase traffic on quiet residential streets, put unnecessary burden on police, fire, EMS, and other emergency services, and will have a dramatic impact on the community which Santa Clara residents love and appreciate. There is also environmental concerns with regards with changing the zoning. Wildlife and wildlands suffer when impervious areas are increased. The desert is a fragile community, and this zone change will forever change the landscape and atmosphere of our community. This comment was from Emily Call, 1401 Quell Street. I do not agree with the change of zoning. It will not be a positive change for the community. Do not make this change. Terry Moore, 3209 Santa Clara Drive. These comments are specific to the Santa Clara Trails Senior Living Center proposing a zone change and conditional use permit. Although the Army Corps of Engineers has deemed this property unsuitable during a flood, I am reminded that when I built my home at 3233 Santa Clara Drive in 1995, I too was assured that I was not in the floodplain. We all know of the floods we sustained during 2005 and 2010. If in fact the property will be elevated by fill to get it above flood level, Mr. Evans' backyard, who now resides in my old home, will be under significant threat because his property will be so much lower with nowhere for his water to go. If the plan is approved, I hope that his concerns for flooding will be addressed and mitigated in some way. The original proposal had independent living homes that would have backed on to the wolf dog business and touching my present lot. Now the plan is to put the memory care units between Wolf and Betty Colton's old house. While the dog business is a good neighbor for me and they do not house dogs overnight, their training and grooming business invites significant noise during the day. Noise which would tend to disquiet an elderly resident in a facility. In fairness, the parking lot should be moved to be adjacent to the bordering neighbors to mitigate the transfer of noise directly into the living units. Santa Clara Drive is already busy. Others will address this, but have one of the few homes along Santa Clara Drive that does not have a planter directly in front. Therefore, when our police department stops someone eastbound, my house has the only available space to pull someone over, and with additional traffic, one will anticipate more frequent stops in front of my house, thus impacting me. The commercial proposal for the corner of Gates and Santa Clara is certainly within the realms of the zoning. Access and parking is a concern, as well as we all see the boondoggle that the fruit stand causes on the corner. The applicant desires to make it architecturally fit, in which the rest of the Pioneer structures is let's see where it was. The rest of the Pioneer structures is admirable and hopefully will work for the satisfying plan of all. In reality, the land currently zoned agriculture would remain green space. Whether parks of soccer fields or other recreational areas could be built, they would be a better use of the land than large senior housing or small lot housing development. That costs money, I realize, but the open space which exists in Santa Clara Valley presently is getting more scarce by the day. Ultimately, the goal of any zoning is to put the land to its highest and best use. This is the change to the planning zoning committee and city council. Commercial space along Santa Clara and Santa Clara Drive is that kind of use. Rezoning the agriculture is not the best use. The highest use should be to mitigate future floods by the river, because it will flood again. And if this is or any other development is built on the present land, there will be high cost in property cost, and we pray no loss of life. Thank you for your consideration. Jerry Moore. This I think it's the last one, 1401 Quail. I'm strictly opposed. This is Leslie Levitt. I'm strictly opposed to the zone change request for the proposed assistant living facility, etc., to be built approximately east of Gates Lane, south of Santa Clara Drive, to substantial increase in traffic. Those are the public comments we received by email.
Okay.
And
Okay. At this point, we'll open it up to comments from people who are here. Again, let's keep it concise. And if somebody has already stated what your concerns are, then we don't need to continue redoing all of the arguments, but go ahead. Time is yours. Just remember to state your name and where you live.
My name's Denise Webster, and I am at 1485 Chapel Street. First of all, thank you for giving us an opportunity to have a voice. Can I take this off while I
You
speak?
can while you're talking, yes.
Okay, thank you. Because if the elections have taught us one thing, it's that we know our voice is important. So we appreciate you giving us this opportunity. And I also appreciate those of you on the Planning Commission, because I believe you are volunteers, and I appreciate anybody who's willing to volunteer to represent us as a people. So thank you. Obviously, I've got a few concerns and several questions about this that I would like to bring up and hopefully get addressed a little bit too. But one of the first things that I noticed in the presentation, and Mark actually asked the question about the poll of the people that were asked. I would recommend that you actually get that in writing with names and information, because so far every neighbor that I've talked to, they said they just got a note on their door. So nobody that I'm aware of actually spoke to anybody personally. So I think if you are listening to the people, which I hope you are, that whether we're doing a poll or whether we can vote, hopefully that is an option for us, because we do live in a republic, so hopefully that's an option. But here's a few of the questions I've had that actually came up the first time they came and are still kind of coming up again for me that I haven't been able to quite get an answer. Is the Santa Clara Valley the very best location for this development? Is it in line with the current general plan of the city? And is it in line with the historical district that it's a part of? In light of the fact that there is a brand new 300-room assisted living center just being built right now on Dixie Drive, down from the other assisted living center also on Dixie Drive, I am wondering if this is really that needed in this area, and if it would be better, a better location might be up on by Harmon's, where they actually, this developer actually has a brand new, really beautiful development going in, a golf course. And because Harmon's is there with the pharmacy and there's a lot of stores and areas to eat, would that not better suit these residents that they have, because they would be closer to all of those and they already have property up there. This zone is residential and agriculture. And 2 years ago, when we were in the same conversation, this developer actually had the entire general plan revised and got everything rezoned to fit the needs for the vacation rental. And there were a lot of people opposed to that that really weren't even taken into consideration. The names were set aside. So I looked up some of the city laws to understand what the residential and agriculture land priorities were for our city in our zones. And I can refer you to these if you need them, but policy number 9.11 says the city encourages agriculture preservation in the area west of the historic downtown core and will utilize all means available to accomplish this. I think that's very important. Section 9.3.7 in regards to agricultural land says that residents have indicated a strong desire to protect farmland. Even though it's not a main industry, this is something that's very important to the city of Santa Clara that we definitely want to take into consideration. I'm missing one of my papers. There's some other city laws that I looked at that also address this very profoundly. Some of the other things that came up for us was the traffic. And I know that originally when they brought the plan a few months ago, I believe it was, might even be last year, I've lost track of time. They had on their documents a list of how many units there were and how many cars per unit. And I believe on the call last week, they said that they were averaging 2.5 vehicles per unit. They reduced it by 10, which would, and if 2.5 times 10 is 25. They told us on the call and again tonight that they reduced it by 50. So I'm not great at math, but I'm thinking there's a difference between 25 and 50. But also on the last time, they had a number of 318 trips. And when I pulled up today's packet, and I don't know if you all have today's packet printed out, but on today's packet, it actually shows 329 trips. But in their presentation they gave to us last week, they told us it was 238. So I'm not sure where the truth is in all of this. I don't know what the exact numbers really are. I don't know. I'm trying to find some truth in all of this and what's exact and what isn't, because establishing this trust is really important, because when we're dealing with this property, one of the main concerns I have is opening a Pandora's box. And what I mean by that is, because this is zoned in a specific way for residential agriculture or multi-use, which might be some old pioneer homes that have some a small business in it. If we rezone this to multi-density, then what if the developer changes his mind? Or what if they sell the property and now it's rezoned and we get apartments or a hotel or several, a lot of homes in a little tiny space, which is what it's not designed for. And I think that's one of my main concerns here, is I'm not really sure what the truth is. If you would also refer to your packet, something that really surprised me. So I was on the call last week, the open house. They did a very nice job. I was driving to Moab and I lost service partway through. So I couldn't, there was several questions I had that I couldn't ask because I lost service. And by the time I got service, they were done. But they put up some drawings for us to look at. And you guys, I was grateful that you recognized the very large building on the main road. Now, if you're on that Santa Clara Drive, there is probably a 15 to 20 foot drop off from the main road down to the bottom where the property is at, which means there has to be a building on the bottom to get a building street level, obviously. So in that case, it would be 2 stories. What really surprised me was today I pulled up the packet, and if you flip through your packet, you're going to see some other drawings that we were not shown on the meeting last week. And I was very, very surprised when I saw one of the renderings, which the rendering they have that looks like the Jacob Hamlin home that you saw, that was actually 3 stories from the top. There were several of those buildings. There wasn't just one. There was like 3 or 4 of those same buildings. But there's another picture in your packet, and I don't know if we have it to show to everybody, but in that packet, there's actually a building that shows the back side, which does show this being approximately a 4-story building. And so, again, this is another concern, because one of the things we had concerns with when we came to the city council last time, it wasn't necessarily an assisted living center, that a really large assisted living center, like a beehive house. There's a single building with a few people. That's really different. It's a very, very large project. And as I look, there's a few other pictures that we were not shown. I flipped through all of the pictures they presented to the packet. I realized a single building is at least 2 or 3 stories, depending on the dormers, the gables, and the things that there are. So one of the issues that we as residents had was simply that it's big. It's just huge. There's way too many for what this property is, and taking that in consideration. Do we want commercial things? Yes, but we would love it to be little pioneer homes that fit that area, that fit the historical district, that fit what Santa Clara is. Because when we start changing some of this, we literally change the complexion of who we are. And that's one of the big things that I'm concerned about here, because that's one of the things we're trying to avoid is the multi-density. Thank you. As you can see, these are very large buildings. Every one of them are at least 2-story buildings and some 3. And then the one looks almost like a 4-story because it has the, and I don't know which ones all they are. And again, they're telling us that, oh, this could change, but what guarantee do we have? Who controls that? Who's to say? So this is the one I was referencing. As you can see, there's 3 stories, but there's also a 4-story up there that has some little windows up on the very top. So this is literally a 4-story building, looking from the sycamores, looking to the north, from the way I read that. And so my concerns were, this is a little tiny town with little tiny pioneer houses. And as you can see in that drawing, you can see there's at least 3, if not 4, buildings that are all very, very large. And I don't know about you, but when I drive down St. George Boulevard now with all of those great big apartment buildings, I feel it almost makes me really, really sad because it just feels like a huge big city. And that's really not what Santa Clara is. And I don't think that's what's intended for the historical district. And while I appreciated the fact they were trying to make it look like the Jacob Hamlin home, I think that's great. But if it were single story, it would be a whole different cup of tea. And so that is really some of our main concerns that I have with the traffic. One of the other things with the traffic, again, taking into consideration that we thought it would be reduced by 50, but then you have to add back in the traffic for the stores and the parking for the stores. When I called the resident, the assisted living center right over here by BioLife, and talked to them several months ago about this, they told me that there is just not enough parking, that a lot of times when they come to work, they can't even find a parking space. So I know that looking at what they have here, I can already tell you there's not enough parking, let alone for some stores. But the other consideration we have to add in for traffic that I don't know if anybody has addressed yet is they also have, proposed to put in over 400 townhomes or vacation rentals over the hill, which was several thousand cars. I think it was in the upwards of 2,000 or more as far as traffic on that road. So when you're adding that into plus the stores, I think the parking is still another major issue. And so these are a lot of things. Again, like I said, I think assisted living is probably one of the nice quiet things you could put in if we had to have something commercial. I think most of our preference would be little tiny pioneer homes that match the valley, match the street, to put some commercial use in. I do worry about the floodplain, even with engineering. The reason why it's lower is because it was all washed away. So I think those are all things that really, really need to be addressed and taken into consideration. And specifically, if we are talking to the people, can we document who we're talking to and who's opposed in that? I hope that's taken into consideration as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, if you 3 to 5 minutes on, we're going to be here all night if we do 10-minute.
Okay.
And to address one of the items that Denise was talking about, policies in the general plan are not law. Just wanted to make that statement. They're just policies. So just clarify that.
Okay. I know generally you let everybody else speak, but just because I don't want other people to have their own idea as well. This image that we're looking at is a rendering. It's a concept. This is not what we're building. If you're going to get specific, only the Jacob Hamlin look and feel of this front part of the building, nothing with the red brick and the dormers that go towards the back of the photo. This is just the idea that you can't do a 4-story building in the city of Santa Clara. They are renderings. They're to show the feel and the design elements of what we're trying to accomplish. Denise, just call me. I would be happy to address these questions. So that is only what it's supposed to look like. You're also seeing 2 packets. The most present packet We only showed 3 or 4 images. Any of the previous images that were up there before this image, that's no longer our plan. We listened to the residents. We changed, we adapted. That's, I hope that answers some of those questions.
Okay. All right, so if you're good in here, Corey, he says try to keep it under 3 to 5 minutes if you can. So anyway, come on up.
Hi, my name is Gianni Jukes. I live at 3262 Santa Clara Drive. I just wanted to come and say that I oppose the rezone. One of the things that brought me to this house now from Salt Lake was the little tiny neighborhood that I thought would stay that way. This is a pretty big development, and just the amount of traffic and the staff, the vendors, the suppliers, the ambulances, that has to be in consideration for this. I appreciate the wanting to add residential options, but like a lockdown Alzheimer's unit is not exactly a housing option. It's a little different. So I just want to say I'm living directly across the street from it. So that will be my view for the next 40 years. That road is already busy, dump trucks all day long.
It is a state highway, you know.
No, I understand that. But
Okay, just making sure everybody remembers, we built it down on a state highway.
I understand. It's my neighborhood.
Yeah. All right.
Hi, I'm Elena Coombs. I live on Hamblin and Gates Lane, and I also second what Denise said. I was not contacted at all. I just had a flyer on my door. I did want to address something that Mr. Nicholson mentioned about the economic needs for increased variety of housing for a variety of broad range of residents. I don't think that's an exact quote, but if I recall, the basic cost of one of these units would be $2,500 a month, which is an annual cost of $30,000 per year. And if you take recommended financial planning and have your housing be 25% of your income, that puts you at an annual income of $120,000 per year. And according to 2019 numbers, $120,000 per year puts you in the top 3%. That is not a broad range of residents. That is the top 3% of the of income. And so the long-term economic impact is not going to be beneficial for the changing generations. It is only boomers that can afford to retire. Generation X, some will be able to retire. Millennials will not be able to retire at all. And this sort of model is going to be obsolete within 40 years. And what is going to take the place of that? And while it is not necessarily the problem of the developer to plan for 40 years in the future, it is the city's problem. Because in Santa Clara, we don't have 5-year plans, we have 50-year plans. We plan for the future. And we want this to be long-term sustainable. Thank you.
Melvin Taylor, 1401 Victor Street. I could tell from your presentation, when you first talked, you were in favor of it off the start. You felt that everything met all the requirements, state laws, requirements. I would say if the people who voted you in your position were the ones who wanted this, if 2 out of 10 in the community wanted it, I'd say go for it. But if 2 out of 10 don't want it, then something's wrong. Next thing, our intent is, I've heard that word, our intent is. Most developers that I've ever dealt with, that's their intent is. But when it's done, well, that was our intent. Was and is something you need to consider. What the intent is may not always be what is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal Hageman, 1483 Boys Pond Circle. I live up in the hills. And I feel like this year has been the twilight zone. This is just so bizarre. I don't know why we're here again. We really made our voices heard. I don't know where the miscommunication was with Kyle, but our comments and the things that we were saying, it wasn't to change the looks or the aesthetics. It was that it was really strong. We don't want the zone change. We're happy with how it is. And I hope that you would realize that and realize that you can take a pig and put lipstick on it, but it's still a pig. And I hope that you consider our city council and their comments and why they voted that down, that zoning change. Thank you.
Just to be clear, the last proposal was for a general plan amendment that was voted on by city council. This is not that request. This is a zone change. It's not a general plan amendment. And therefore, that's why it's back before the planning commission members, because this is a different application, different in size and different in the application itself. It's a zone change. It's not a general plan amendment. This, as Bob stated, meets the general plan. So just want to be clear on that point.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, just so you know, planning commission, what we're trying to do here is just to make sure that everybody is following the rules that are provided by the city. We have rules that we have to follow as well. And so, and we're not elected. We are all volunteers, as was stated earlier. So we are here just to make sure that all of the city ordinances and city rules are being followed. And it is not our job or our intent to try to tell a developer or somebody like that what they can and can't do with their property, or try to figure out what might make money, what won't make money. It's not our job. We are involved in what makes what it looks like right now and what it's going to look like in the future, because you are right, tenants come and go in a commercial atmosphere. And so what it looks like is very important to us. Anyway, let's carry on. Next.
Hello, I'm Ron DeLellis, 3199 Santa Clara Drive. My wife and I also own the Wolf Center, which is backs up to the property. We did have a unanimous vote, as people have mentioned, and there are very little changes this time. As the young lady just mentioned, the aesthetics are changing, but I'm a little bit concerned. I have the original proposal from the last meeting, and it was a 5.97 acre, and this one shows 5.43 acre. Are those numbers correct? Because that's only a half an acre less.
Well, I think what the 5.43 number came from, we included some street right of way that's now proposed to be Benelli Street. So according to the applicant, the net area is 4.46, the actual development site.
But why does it say 5?
Because I put that in there because their property originally included area that will now become part of the road. So that's the confusion.
Okay.
The net area again is 4.46 acres.
Okay. And again, as the young lady mentioned, a lot can be proposed, and a lot of money was spent on those renderings. They wouldn't be the renderings if they weren't accurate. I mean, once these things get approved, the builders can really go ahead and do what they want. And that's I think, what a lot of us are concerned about.
Can I just quickly address that? I don't mean to interrupt you, but Denise had the same question. The zoning being requested is not, it's tied to a project plan. So if the city council approved it, then they're locked into this site plan and roughly the conceptual drawings that are approved. If they decide that they're not going to do this, then the zoning is null and void.
Okay. So the renderings that we're seeing are what would be approved then.
Well, they're very conceptual. Yeah, the drawings, like I said, the commercial was a little more conceptual than the others.
Okay.
The site plan is, quite accurate.
Okay, understood. I represent 121 of our citizens, our residents. Excuse me, I'm very nervous, but I'm very passionate about this. I've got 4 pages of names, addresses, email addresses. These are people that I've spoken with directly. And I'm very honest in that I spoke to about 80 plus residents and not one was into this project. They all had the same concerns: flood zone, traffic, the aesthetics of the historic district. We bought a house, it was built in 1932. It's in the historic district, and we've taken a lot of care to preserve that look and to have something literally 10 feet beyond our back fence, which is a 2-story building. The builder has yet to tell us what it's going to look like. We were presented a flyer the other day. Person handed it to us and left. My wife had to call and did speak to Mr. Jeffries about it, but we had to initiate that conversation. And so they may tell you that they're working with the residents, but that's not necessarily, we're probably the ones that are most impacted from this, being that our home and our business back up to the property. So the other issue on the traffic that I'd like to point out, Gates Lane has a bridge which is 2-lane, 1 lane in each direction. That can never be widened. So you've now got 110 residents, you've got the Sycamore residents, you've got people coming in and out to park in the new residential or commercial that they're proposing. All of the traffic that we're talking about for this project goes through Gates Lane, which is a 1-way bridge. No traffic light, no stop sign, no turning lane, no center turning lane. And I understand these things may be addressed in the future, but this is something that I hope you take seriously, because this will impact the area significantly. And the project was voted down passionately by a lot of people that spoke last time. The city council agreed. And what I see now is the bulk of the project is the same. They just took an area that was on the east side, moved it onto the west side, pretty much the same space. And if I remember correctly, they were applying for a commercial zone on that Gates Lane property last time as well. So really that hasn't changed either, except that they've given us a rendering of what it might look like.
That's 4 minutes.
That's what I want to say, but I really hope you take this into consideration. It carries a lot of weight, this decision of yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is CJ Aldridge. I'm a lot owner up in the Sycamores, and sorry, I'm in full support of this project. This is a project that's going to be right in my backyard, and I realize that it's a good, quiet neighbor. It's a place where my parents and my in-laws will live probably in the next 5 years, which is why we bought that lot, the Sycamores. And so I'm in full support.
Thank you.
My name is Ed Coombs, 3309 Hamlin. I'm the weird guy that walks to work every day. You've probably seen me, backpack, listening to headphones. I work about a mile from here, I work in Boca Entrada Wilderness Therapy. Looking at those renderings, it doesn't match. Our business set way back, good 15, 20 feet. The price is a little close, but at least they're a ways back. This thing is right on the road, right there. And looking at those pictures, it's like narrow sidewalk, 2 stories of buildings. I mean, it looks like a nice Main Street thing, except for that's not what this area is. It's not, it doesn't match to me. It's going to be right up against there. Just the visual aesthetics of that. I mean, they're trying to make it blend in more of the houses. Okay, that's nice. I get it. but it's still visually obtrusive. Like nothing is that close to the road. Echoing off of what Denise said, similar kind of tones you get downtown St. George, right in that corner, the Heritage Corner there, where they put up that 3-story hotel thing. It is a blight. It cuts out all your views. It feels claustrophobic. I don't know why people would want to walk to there. I'd want to walk away from it. It doesn't make any sense to me. We've already had these discussions before. These things have been said. Some of my concerns is the smell. I mean, if you're going to have 100 units there, the food prep, there's a lot of food waste that's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of biological problems and, you know, medical waste that comes out of that. Sun hitting that. Everybody who lives along there is going to be getting a nice whiff of that. It's essentially like they're wanting to build a casino, you know, smaller scale, but still 100 beds. That's really not that big of a reduction. It's a big installation. It doesn't fit a residential community. I agree. Like this just belongs somewhere else. It's his property. He can do whatever, but it just doesn't match the community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is interesting. I've picked up.
Can you please
Oh, I'm
state
sorry,
your name
Nathan
and address for
Muno.
the record?
Yeah, Nathan Muno. I was up on the Heights. I actually sold my house, and now I own lot 17 in Sycamores. So it's kind of funny because up on the Heights, I feel like we were having the same conversation. I'm not excited about the Family Dollar or whatever it is that's going in there, and the conversation was the same. A lot of the arguments and some of the discussions was they own the property, that everything's within bounds, and so I was kind of on the other side of it. For this project, progress is progress. I mean, there's different things that are happening, but my hope is that it's done well, it's done right, that the time is put into it. It adds to the community, and I hear a lot of the opposite, and I understand that, and I respect those opinions. I'll be looking right out this. I have a nice deck that's going to look right there. So I'm actually excited for this project. I believe that it fits. I think it fits the overall feel for what Santa Clara is. I'm a little bit nervous of what else could go in there. Honestly, that could be a little bit concerning, but I think as far as what they have proposed, it's smaller than what it was. Now I think it really fits. Like I said, I appreciated all the comments from before, but I think it makes sense now. So I'm more for it now than I was before.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Anita DeLalis. I just want to hand in the petition that we had signed by 121 of our neighbors in Santa Clara that were not in favor of the project. I just want to hand this in and make it part of the record so that all the names and addresses are on here.
Okay.
So those people can also be contacted. That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Jeremy Call, 3744 Rachel Drive.
Hey, Jeremy.
Denise and many others have made some very valuable and valid comments about scale. I do want to just add my name to that list of people who are for the project. I think it's a great project here or near Harmons. Denise made valuable comments about it'd be great by Harmons because of the access to that store and everything else. But one thing about this project is that it does comply with the ordinance, and the developer should be commended for removing the section of the project that was in the agricultural zone. They removed it from that, and so now it actually does comply with the general plan. And I was here during the general plan process, and there were hundreds of people here who all agreed that that should be designated as multi-use residential right there. And One thing that we don't get in these meetings is the people who are for the project. It's very common for all of those who are against it to show up, but the people who are for it or like it have other things to do and they're not so interested in it. And so I just want to say that. And I do agree that there are some valid comments about scale and other things that maybe the developer can improve in that area, but I think it's a valid project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the overflow that wants to say anything? None.
Any online?
We have additional 2 comments if you want. Let me do those now.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Okay, this was submitted today by Bradley Pratt, 3878 London Lane, as property owner of Sycamore subdivision across the river from the proposed assisted living facility. My family and I have thought about this for a while, and I really warmed up to the idea of having this type of facility near my future home. I generally think most assisted living locations are static, disconnected, and kind of dreary for the inhabitants, but this feels different. It's a very unique location. The ASF residents who are able to can safely walk down the sidewalk of Santa Clara Drive or along the river and have a quality of life that is uncommon in most facilities like this that I have seen. This location will allow the facility to interact with the community, vice versa. And I believe it is something Santa Clara residents could look back on and be quite proud of having as part of their own town. I know there are some aging Santa Clarans who wouldn't be caught dead, pun intended, in one of these facilities, and many kids who would never put their folks in one of these facilities. Generally speaking, I have leaned toward that way of thinking, as I like to be more independent and know my folks would be too. My wife shared that her parents have the opposite perspective. After having taken care of an aging parent for the last several years, their perspective is that they would never want us to carry that burden. Whenever is decided in the future family case, if there was an assisted living area that we would never consider living in or putting our folks in, it would be something that is close to home. It is a community rather than standalone, in which allows for a more normal quality of life and regular interaction with loved ones. I think this proposed facility goes on a long way toward those ideas. Overall, I believe these will be easy neighbors to have. I don't think the traffic coming in and out of the facility would be too heavy. I have been pleased with the attention to detail on the aesthetics, proposed landscape, and placement of the buildings. Generally, I think the changes that are being proposed tonight are thoughtful and answer most of the objections. Considering what else might be proposed in the future to go into this location, I am pleased to offer my comments in favor of this, as there are certainly others
as there are certainly others uses I prefer not to see there, like gas stations, etc. Having been here for 20 years and having ancestral heritage here, I think often about the future of our town, and I do think that the perpetuates our heritage and the ability for people to stay here in one more unique way that only Santa Clara can offer. That would be Brad Pratt.
Was that the only one?
One more.
Okay.
Okay, this is Emily Pratt. I also support the proposed plan for the assisted living facility in this location. Thank you. Same address. And those are the two remaining comments.
Okay. Yeah, you want to come up again?
Please come to the mic. Would you again state your name so we can get you on the record? You're speaking again. Thank you.
Anita Vilalos, 3199 Santa Clara Drive. I'm just confused. I have a question. We're talking about a zoning change, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
From what?
But there's two current zones. A small part of it is R110,
Okay.
probably just west of your property.
Okay.
The most of it is what they call residential agricultural, which is half-acre lots.
So, but what I keep hearing a couple of times is, well, it's already zoned mixed use residential, so they can put in whatever they
Yeah.
want.
And so-
But it's not, it's R110, correct?
Yeah, and the confusion comes is that you have zoning ordinances, and you have a city general plan. Some people call it the city master plan. There's a map hanging on the back wall just next to the clock. And the city master plan is what Jeremy Call referenced. They put it together, a lot of people back in 2014, 2015. And the city master plan designated that corner for what they call mixed use residential. And if you go to the,
That's the corner on Gates Lane and Santa Clara Drive, that little corner.
well, it's not the little corner, it's actually a pretty good chunk.
Okay.
It's about 4.5 acres roughly, but you know, it's a pretty good chunk. Basically, it contain, this project could fits in there. And that, if you look at the general plan, the definition includes mixed use. You know, you can have some limited neighborhood commercial, but it's townhomes, condos, and, you know, and that's a variety of housing. So, but it's not zoned. So general plan is a vision, a guide for the future. Zoning is a regulatory document that applies to, you know, what you can do with it today. And so they're asking for a zone change, but their zone change, normally the first question the planning commission asks, well, does it fit our city master plan? In this case, the use would fit that. Now, that doesn't guarantee that they get a zone change, because now you have a lot of other things come into play, like.
So, but we're talking about two separate lots, correct then? We're talking about one lot that's already zoned mixed use commercial.
Well, none of it's actually zone mixed use. It's general plan. It's in the master plan that way. The zoning is R110 for a small piece and residential agricultural zoning for 3/4 of it. I don't know if that helps. It's confusing. People
Well, yeah,
always mix up the general plan and zoning,
it's,
and
it's worrying because it is confusing.
Yeah, it is.
So we're not quite sure what it is that we're speaking to. We all, as a group, I'm sure, would like to speak eloquently to what we're doing, but a little bit of it is this, a little bit of it is that. And that becomes very confusing
Yeah.
and upsetting to the neighbors that are in that general area. So with that in mind, when you vote, please consider that it's a little piece here and it's a little piece there. We make one change, then we open up a whole other Pandora's box of possibilities that maybe we don't want to.
Can I, it is confusing and everybody gets the general plan and the zoning jumbled up but this is a zoning action. And like I mentioned, in this particular zone, plan development, when they change it, they tie in the site plan that we've seen tonight and their building elevations. And if the property's sold or they don't build this specific project with this specific use, then the zoning it goes away. It's null and void. It's only for the proposal that's being talked about.
Yeah, Denise, you'll have to come to.
You need to come to the mic.
You'll have to come to
Switch
the mic.
places.
And just to comment on your comment, the city website has the zoning, and you can see them back here. The center one next to the right, to the left of the clock is our general plan map. And you can see it differs from the zoning map, which has the blue colors on them. These are both available at sccity.org. The general plan is available. The zoning map is available. And so we want the citizens to know their city and look at these maps and see what's going on. The general plan map was set up with citizen input. We just, it was approved by city council with citizens input. So that's your general plan. And same thing with the zoning. So.
Okay, Denise Webster, 1485 Chapel Street. With reference to the general thing, I was here when they did that and we weren't for a lot of this. We actually we didn't want a lot of it and it got changed anyway. It's just for the record, most of us did not agree to a lot of it, especially a lot of the high density housing and multi-use. My question is, so this brings a lot more confusion now, understanding that we have a zone where we're R110 and we're RA, but we also have a multi-use on it. My understanding for multi-use was that it was a home business for the most part. It wasn't townhomes or big buildings. But that being said, you said it's based on what they're presenting, but then they said, this is just a rendering. This isn't what we're going to do. So now how do we know? So this is really, you've got us all really confused because if they're presenting a plan, this should be what you're looking at, should be what you're voting on, because if they decide not to do it, who's not going to, they could build a hotel there. They could build, they could build townhomes.
Say it again.
No, they could build what has been presented tonight. And granted, it's confusing, and when Ms. Damon, and I hope I didn't say that, but it's currently zoned R110 and residential agriculture, quarter acre lots and half acre lots. That's it. The mixed use is on the city master plan. It's not a part of the current zoning.
Right.
So they're asking for a zone change tonight. That's what this is about.
Right.
It's changing the zone from those R110 and RA to the planned development residential, which has this proposed site plan, these elevations. I think, as I heard the applicant, and as I understand it, the commercial is pretty rough. They haven't really found the rest of it. I think they could be relied on, and I'll let Kyle or Anthony, confirm that. I think their assisted living drawings are pretty close to exactly what they tend to build. These folks have built projects like this elsewhere. The commercial, I think, is pretty conceptual, but I'll let Kyle.
So I'm getting a mixed message still. They're coming with a plan that's being presented to bring the zone change, but they're still not going to maybe use the plan that they presented.
Well, I think the only thing that's a little uncertain was the commercial rendering of that building that on Santa Clara Drive that kind of mimics the
Right.
Jacob Hamlin home.
Right.
I think you heard the applicant say this is a pretty rough concept. The balance of it, the photos you saw, the assisted living, the memory care, I think those have been worked out quite a bit. So,
Right. Well, but it's still large, but in my opinion, if they're coming to present, they either come and bring what they're doing,
well, which,
because then I mean, that's not fair to a planning commission, because then I mean, I heard this was something else that somebody said, well, these weren't the plans they brought to us. And I can't remember what was going on, but I remember talking to somebody on the Heritage Committee or something. And I says, well, here's what they're doing. They said, that's not what they presented to us. And so and this is where I'm saying some of this trust issue is coming in. How do we have a guarantee? If these stores don't fill, if the assisted living fails, what are we left with in 20 to 25 years? And for me personally, I am telling you right now, I'm really worried about the economy and the future. And I want farmland. We garden, and we know that we have to feed the residents of this town. And to me, having farming property is way more valuable to be able to provide food for my neighbors right now than to have an assisted living facility that I don't know who's all going to be there or if it's going to be there, but it's going to be a lot of really big buildings. And across the street, we have 3 buildings crammed on this little lot, and it's so overwhelming and it looks so out of place. And I'm looking at this, and this is a lot of big buildings in that space. And it just, to me, does not fit. And so
4
I'm
minutes.
still really confused.
one thing and the ag preservation is a good issue, but we walked this site, and I'll let the applicant, I don't believe any of this is being farmed or it's. as I
Currently
recall.
or ever?
Well, currently, or, in recent years.
Haven't closed it yet.
Joe Platt, I own the corner lot there on southwest corner of Gase Lane and Santa Clara Boulevard. One thing we learned through this election period is probably nobody changed their opinion between Trump and Biden. I don't know that we're going to do much better here tonight. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but nobody's entitled to their own facts. I think there are fact issues which are clearly within the jurisdiction of the staff and the Planning Commission. And we should have enough respect to recognize that, not try to counsel you on what you should do and what you should know. I would say that relates to traffic and density and look and feel. Then there's a lot of subjective stuff, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. And I respect everybody's opinion. I applaud everybody who expressed an opinion. I do think there's one issue that might be kind of a cross between those two issues, subjective or objective, and that's several comments that were made about the quality of what might be built there. I would just remind everybody in the room that this project has the developers of the Entrada project as owners. And I don't think anybody in this room would fault the Entrada project for taking any shortcuts, doing anything with anything other than first rate and for the good of the communities that that project was built in. And I assure you that this project would have the same care that that did. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ron DeLillis again. Just an aside to that comment, we owned a split rock house in Entrada, and it turned out to be nothing but trouble. They have a nice look, but the construction quality was not a lot.
Sure, that's not why we're here.
Right. Well, I just wanted to, he brought the
That's
point
not
up.
why
so
we're here.
Understand.
And the other thing is, it's not about the economics. We can't judge this. It's not our position to make a determination if the businesses are going to yield or fail.
Sure.
So let's quit beating that horse up.
Yeah,
It
it's just
doesn't
a
matter.
quick comment. So if I understand correctly, then the city council voted against a city plan change, a change to the city plan. So how, if that was already decided, how can a zone change go against what was part of the city plan?
Well, the difference because they didn't change the general plan, and so the applicants decided to move the project further to the west. Before, some of this property was just called future, maybe commercial, you maybe remember, they had 2 acres. And so that didn't get passed either. So they just they shifted the project to the west and
Partially.
yeah, partially, and took up that 2 acres that was kind of, they talked about as future commercial. So that's why it's now here. They're not asking for a change to the general plan or what they call a master plan. They are asking for a zoning change, which is the land use, the regulatory laws and rules.
Okay. And is this zoning request, does it include high density housing?
Well, it includes the assisted living project that you saw tonight.
Okay. And there are also, I think it's been kind of slipped in, but there are also 50 condos. You want to call them independent living, but they're basically 50 condos that are in the same project, which is high density.
Yeah, it's independent senior housing. So
From what we were told last time, there was no requirement on age to move in there.
well, I think let's have the applicants correct that. My understanding is it would be independent senior living. Yeah.
It's a senior living, assisted living facility. There's obviously an age requirement there to be there. It's a senior living facility.
No, I think it was. Unless,
Yes.
No, this was a specific question we asked. There was no age requirement to move into this. So just take into consideration that there is high density condos being considered for this same lot, which really goes against the city plan. The forefathers, had the foresight to see this and do their original plan, that overdevelopment in this area was not desirable. And looks like, that might be where we're headed, which, forefathers had an idea, and it's a shame to have to see that change. So thank you.
My name is Penny Willard. I live on 3262 Hampton Drive. I grew up here most of my life in Santa Clara, down by the Merck, and now I live by the Jacob Hamlin home. And we keep having this conversation, which is when people want to build things, that's great. And we as a people of Santa Clara, in the main historical part of Santa Clara, we just keep saying we would like single-family homes and small, maybe businesses in homes that people move out of or die or go on, but we don't want the historical district with these big, huge buildings and big, huge things. And I agree with all the people that are against it here tonight and everything they say, and I don't want to keep saying it over and over, but I just want to put my input in on that. I'm against it, and we just keep having to fight this battle, but I guess we will keep fighting it just because we would like just the historical part. And I know half's on, half's off, but it is a big building and doesn't really, I don't think, fit in this area up on the hill somewhere else, but just in the historical district, we would like to keep it a small, historical, quaint place to live. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Linda Andershot, and I live up on Sycamore Lane, 3561. And we are definitely against this. Our house looks right down on this piece of property, and I think it is way too huge. Also, my mom lives in an assisted living in California, and it's probably maybe a quarter of the size that this one is. And I know my mom is constantly talking about ambulances coming in the middle of the night. And there is staff and everything coming and going constantly. And it is a much smaller facility. This is just way too big. We bought it in here because we love the little town of Santa Clara and that quaintness of it. This is not quaint. It is huge. It is way too big for this little cute community, and we love it here. We would like to see it remain the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think that with that, we're going to close this public hearing. And bounce down to general business number 1 on recommendation to council proposed zone change. So we can discuss this among planning commission members.
They've answered all my questions. I've heard what the people are saying. I totally hear everybody involved. At the end of the day, we've got a piece of land that's owned by somebody that finds a use for it, for the economic recapture of what they've spent for the property. And we're challenged to do the very best we can with things that's set before us according to the zoning and the master. So we have to keep those things in mind as we look at this. And honestly, I think that's I'll state this the same as I stated it last time. These are good neighbors. This type of a project is a good neighbor. You could have a lot worse, because if that corner is commercial, it could be a Maverick. It could be just about anything that falls into that category. So not the greatest use for some people's opinion, I get it, but at the same time, these types of developments are good neighbors. And I have a mother in a care facility. I just put her on the airplane and shipped her back to Arizona because I can't find one in St. George that will take her right now because there's not enough of them. And I pay the $2,500 a month for my mother. I pay it, not her. I'm very fortunate that I can do that. It's not about the economics, folks. It is not about the economics. It's about what the land provides. It's not about what is going to pay for that. It is not. We don't make these decisions based on those parameters. And you need to understand that.
Please limit your comments to, the public hearing's over. We just can't continue to have comments from the crowd.
That's where I stand, and that's where I stood last time. We don't win. I mean, not a popular place to be. But that's what I feel.
Okay.
I say that to my other commission members.
Other planning commission members have anything?
I had some concerns on the business piece, the parking, but it was definitely cleared up today that this isn't a shopping like a large scale retail, like you're going to put something there that's going to attract people from all over St. George and Ivans. It's more focused for the small town. So this today cleared up the commercial end of the zoning on that corner. I was concerned on that. I was concerned on the parking, but that's definitely been cleared up for me.
Yeah. I think what's intended by that, and I've seen this in other residential facilities, is they have places where the residents can walk to, like, where when they can go get their hair done, salons, barbershops, things like that. Small little convenience store, they call them bodegas in some places, because those people don't have cars, generally speaking, and they want to, but they still want to be independent, right? And I mean, statistics don't lie. I think it's 70%. There's a 70% chance that you or your wife is going to end up in needing assisted living somehow, whether that's in your home or in one of these places. Yeah, just because we live too long now. We're really good at living a long time and staying alive. But we need a little help. So anyway, Shelley, how are you feeling? Got any questions?
I guess I have concerns about the scale of the project in the place that it is. But in terms of what we're charged with, the zoning change, we're given the job to carry out the general plan, is how I understand it.
Yeah.
So if I had to prefer, I would like to see the completed project and that he is complying with the scale concern, instead of just, oh, it's a picture and we'll do it different. That concerns me.
So when you say scale, you're talking about the way it feels, the overall feel of it?
Talking about the size on the corner.
Not
Yeah, right
necessarily,
on Santa
not
Clara
not
Drive.
necessarily the count of how many rooms there are, but the size, the actual physical size. Right
Which
there.
isn't, I guess, part of my charge, but that's my concern.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we found out earlier, he said that 3 stories can't happen, just so you know. Santa Clara has a height restriction for construction, which is, Corey,
35 feet.
and you can't put a pitched roof on a 3-story building and get 35 feet. It's impossible. So,
Now, to clarify that, prior to them building the commercial, does that come back to us for us to approve the building?
the building?
Doesn't.
They would come back for a preliminary plat, some sort.
So at the end of the
Zone
day,
change.
we still would have, if they're building something that looks like a Maverick or something, we would have a shot at that point.
We just
right?
added some wording, didn't we?
In the new chapter, but this is under, this application came in under the old chapter.
Okay.
But we would expect a request for a building permit. It would need to be consistent with what is approved by the city
Meet all those
council.
requirements.
Right.
The height, the scale,
Well-
proper building materials, especially with the historic district, correct?
And correct me, Devin, but is part of the motion, whatever way you approve tonight, if you were to make a motion to approve, you can put conditions such as subject to the building on Santa Clara Drive not exceeding 1 or 2 stories or something like that, because their building elevations are part of their project plan, and that's what you're voting on. So if you think the project plan be better by having, a 2-story or 1-story on Santa Clara Drive, that could be part of a motion.
I like that.
Mark Weston.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, so I sound loud here to me, but I think one of the things that a lot of the public just wasn't aware of is our role as a planning commission. We just don't make the decision here. And so our job is just to make a recommendation to the city council. So I felt like a lot of folks came with their heart in their hand tonight, and they're going to need to do that again at the city council meeting that addresses this issue. We're just kind of like talking about the land use specifically for these projects, not how it impacts the city and people as much, I don't think. I feel pretty strongly about zone changes that the neighbors are opposed to. And the reason I feel that way is because there was an empty lot right here across the street from my house for probably the first 7 years that I lived here. And I always thought about that. If they put a Maverick right there, they changed that to be commercial, and you get a auto repair place or a Maverick right there. I don't think I'd feel very comfortable with that. So I would vote not to do this if there's some discussion. I think I don't know what the applicants could do with that property or that project if they don't get a zone change. I think the project's fantastic. There's probably a great place for it up here in the Heights. A lot of the people in the valley don't want it down there. I think there's probably some other places that would fit well. I think it's an important part of our city to have those types of projects, but I personally wouldn't vote for a zone change when there's so much public outcry against it, just because I think that same concept that we discuss up here in the Heights about Ace Hardware and Family Dollar is when you buy your property and it's right next to commercial, and then we build a Family Dollar there, or a Dollar Tree as it were, then that's, you kind of should have realized that when you bought your property. And so I think for us to switch that and say, well, down in the valley, it's a little bit different because we're going to switch it because we think there's a higher and better use of the property. I personally don't feel comfortable with that, but I think the project looks fantastic. I think there's probably some other places that would fit really well in our city. So that's my 2 cents. And one of the things that's all I'll say about that.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Mark? Yes.
I'd like to echo what James just said to some degree and what Shelley said, basically what everybody said. And reiterate, that one thing I look at when we're considering something as a planning commission is, does it meet, where's my boxes that I can check? Did they meet this requirement, this requirement, this requirement? If so, then I'm not so sure that this is just me speaking, I'm not in the position of making a call on something that's so controversial because when it's subjective controversy. Luckily, we have a city council that's been pretty good about making those calls that we've passed on to them. And from my point of view, this is a great project. It may not make everybody happy, but it checks the boxes. I always look, and we're told that our role is to check and make sure that it meets the plan. It meets the plan, so therefore it should have a fair consideration for a zone change. And so that's the way I'm going. I'm thinking that our approval would be, yes, does it meet the plan and does it meet everything? Check, 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 yes. Maybe the height on Santa Clara Drive, we can have some control over that and put that in the recommendation. But when it comes right down to it, city council might say, yeah, you guys are the administrative end of the process. Thank you very much, but we're going to change your decision. And that's fine. That's how it works.
Yeah, you're right. And that's what happened last time. We voted it through, city council voted it down. So, does anybody feel like making a recommendation or you want to talk about it some more?
I don't need to talk about it any longer.
You're done? You're done? Shelley, you done? You want to talk about it some more?
I want not to talk about
You want to make it end.
Commissioners, this is Devin Snow, just for the record. So just when you make your motion, there are 2 recommendations. First will be on the zone change and the project plan. The second would be on a recommendation as to parking spaces on the independent senior living units, which I believe request was 95 spaces. So just watch those 2 things.
Devin, then the other issue will be the conditional use request. We take that.
It's a separate matter.
That's separate.
Let's take that one separately, correct.
Okay.
So there's 2 separate. You said there was the parking and
then just a recommendation on the zone change request itself.
All right. Yeah, just so everybody knows where I sit before you make a recommendation. I love it. I love having the idea of having this kind of thing. I mean, what's small town more than taking care of people, especially the elderly, and keeping your family members close by. That being said, when you go to a zone change, it's a sticky issue for me because zone changes don't get changed back very easily. And so
One thing, if I could mention, kind of in that same vein, Mark, is that I would feel a lot more comfortable with a project like this if those renderings were accurate to what was going to be built there. That to me is like a huge gap in this whole presentation where it's like, these are conceptual, but this is what we're getting held to. I don't feel good with that. And I think another thing is that the scale of the project should meet with kind of the scale of the neighborhood. So if you're doing 3 and 4 story buildings and the homes in the area are these little pioneer homes, you know, the planning commission could just reject this just because it's not in harmony with the surrounding community. So, you know, I think for me, that's a big issue, is just that I don't think those renderings, I think they need to come back with more accurate renderings, or when they go to city council, I would definitely have like, this is what it's going to look like. And that's what the project's going to look like, because this, I think it's too nebulous right now. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thanks, Jay.
What about
Just
that,
add,
James?
in my,
Put that in motion.
in my mind, what James just mentioned is true up and around the corner, but down around where it's looking just across the way at the Sycamores, there's some really going to be some large homes there. So
Large white houses, yes.
Yeah. I'm not so sure it's out of character with that part of the neighborhood.
Well, it's not going to get any easier.
No.
I make a motion to recommend to the city council that we approve the zone change request from residential R110 and residential agricultural to planned development residential for the proposed assisted living facility on 5.43 acres, generally located east of Gates Lane and south of Santa Clara Drive.
I will second that.
Okay.
Can I ask for a clarification?
You may, Marv.
So we learned a little earlier that it is the 5.43 acres in the zone change, or is it 4.7 or whatever that was?
You have to do the overall acreage, not the net.
Well, I think we could do the net, you know, net based on the applicant's, you know, submittal, and they've indicated that the development site is 4.46 acres. Trying to think where I came up with the 5.43, if that was a legal description.
The parcel size measures out at 5.5.
Okay, and the legal description, which includes then probably part of the Benelli Street right-of-way, which you know, 50 feet wide plus the length, that, you know, there's an acre in that. So
And
I
that's
think
still part of the development.
so that's good. We'll go with the
Okay.
5.4. We'll go with the original 5.43 because I think that was part of the legal description submitted.
Okay, so I have it. So I'm asking.
I can look at your plan development statistics that are in our body of information we got to verify that that was the case, and that's why I made the motion at 5.5.
All right, so Mark Hendricks, would you include in your motion a couple of things that Devin mentioned? One is the parking spaces at 95, and the other is the height of the commercial on Santa Clara.
The parking is going to be considered under the conditional use. It'll be a different motion later on. It's not going to be part of this, Marv. Correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
I think you can include it with this one.
Then let's do
Just
it.
include a recommendation.
Let's just do it as one and be done.
Correct.
All right. Ready for a new motion?
And as far as the height restriction, there's no need to clarify that because that's a
It's following building code.
building codes.
35 feet. So
You can probably just amend your motion to
so let
include
me
those.
amend my motion to include the conditional use permit for the parking stalls. It doesn't give us the quantity. It was at 95?
95.
95.
Well, actually, it was 95 on the original, plus the addition, the late addition with some spaces along Benelli. I didn't, there was I don't know, Kyle, was
I never saw a count in anything that I read.
in their narrative, but they said 95. Then I think we add to that the spaces that were proposed angle spaces on Benelli. Kyle, did you have the number on that? I assume it was about 10 or 12. Okay. Or we may say this plus the parking spaces shown on the site plan along Benelli.
Okay, so amend it to be the 95 parking spaces inside the project and to include the additional 12 parking spaces that are on Benelli.
I will again second the motion.
Okay, I've got a motion from Mark and a second from Curtis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How many is that?
Should do a roll call or
I'll do a roll call.
Yeah, roll call.
All against, all not in favor? Aye.
Okay.
That's 3, right? What happens?
Barb, were you in favor? We didn't, I seen a hand, but I didn't hear you
I was,
talk.
I voted aye.
He was in favor.
And then James?
I'm nay.
James was a nay. And I was a nay. That's 3 each.
So let's see. So we had in favor Mark and who second on Curtis. And then
Marv.
and Marv.
Marv. But if I change my vote, then it goes to city council. And then
Well,
they do what they do.
Right.
I think you go to
Mark,
city council.
Does your vote,
Mike, you're the chairman, so you
You're the
vote
chairman.
unless there's a tie.
I'm the tiebreaker.
Yep.
I can say whatever I would like. Ah, the power.
Yep.
So it's 3 to
So
2,
it's 3-2
The
3-2.
threes
I
win.
don't get a vote.
only in a tie. Which
in a tie.
If Ryan was here and it was 3-3, then you would be.
Okay.
deciding.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes. It's going to city council, which means you can all meet back there again when that goes.
And I believe that is headed to the city council November 18th.
That's correct.
So that is next Wednesday night here at 5 o'clock.
Okay. Moving on to,
Let's see, did we get the conditional use on that? Is that part of the,
Yeah, we made it part of the motion.
okay, do we
I
need
don't
to
think we did. I think you want to do a separate
Yeah, we want to do a
motion on
separate.
that one.
Let's
on the
do-
conditional use
That's what I
permit.
asked, and you told me that it was okay to have it in the body of the.
Well,
Just for
I
the
think you were-
parking
The
spots.
parking.
The parking, I thought, could be included, but the conditional use permit would be a separate.
So that
motion.
is, that is the use as an assisted living center. And I
Item
think you
4.
verbally expressed that, so just put it in.
It's the assisted living plus in the code, the commercial use is, it's mixed use, but that's also a part of the conditional use. So it'd be the assisting living facility plus the commercial mixed use aspect.
Doesn't get any easier.
No, it doesn't, nor less confusing.
I even read everything I could possibly read to be prepared this time, and it still gets confusing.
Yeah.
okay. Do we want to go straight to that conditional use permit really quick on general business number 4?
It's number 2 on that, actually.
Oh, yes, sorry.
And then whoever makes the motion on this one, just remember to include a condition that the zone change be approved by the city council. That's one of the conditions.
No.
And just a reminder, it's not a recommendation where the motion will be to grant
Okay.
conditional use permit.
And I know we're short on time, but this is the opportunity. If you foresaw some potential negative impacts, you can impose conditions. When you think of assisted living, they're not particularly noisy and, odors and et cetera, et cetera. But if there's any of those that come to mind, you can put conditions on to mitigate that potential negative impact.
No, well, like we did with the noise on the one over by Entrada with the 6 for,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Any of those, well, the listed, potential conditional uses. I don't know that there really are any negative impacts. So, but we need to just make sure that we acknowledge that if you felt there were some, that would be the opportunity to
That's the
impose
time to make it.
conditions, right?
Okay. So on my agenda, it's number 4 in general business.
Number 2.
Number 2 in general business?
Number 4.
It's number 4 on mine.
Oh, well, then I must have an early agenda because there's also a conditional use for the vacation rental, which is a
Yes.
different-
Number 5.
Number 5.
Okay, well, I must have had an earlier version.
Yeah, I have it as number 4, consideration of a general use permit to allow the proposed living facility.
Okay.
I think we've talked that one through. When we just need to be not a recommendation, but we need to approve the consideration.
So does that need to be a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So I will motion to the consideration of the city council. Is that what we're motioning, their consideration, or that we are considering to?
Approve the consideration.
Yeah, you're moving that we approve the request for a conditional use permit for a proposed assisted living facility.
Awesome. I will.
Yeah.
Subject, yeah.
Oh, okay. It's a little different. Thanks.
I'm sure I'll remember all that.
We're making this as hard as we can. Yeah, so it's a motion. I move that we approve the conditional use permit with the condition that the city council grant the zone change.
Okay. I motion to approve the consideration of the conditional use permit to allow for the proposed assisted living facility consisting of the memory care, assisted living and independent living units in item we had just discussed for the last hour and a half, pending the approval of the city council zone change.
Yeah, conditioned
Condition
on the city
Condition on the
council's
city
approval of the zone change.
Perfect.
I second it.
Got a first from Curtis and a second from Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And any against?
Nay.
James was nay.
James is a nay. Okay.
Hey, Curtis, just for the record, that was 2.5 hours, brother.
The clock's wrong on these new computers they have, so. my
Okay,
bad.
guys. Yeah, no worries.
All right, public hearing number 2 today is input considering the planned development residential zone for Regal Homes in the Black Desert, 7 and 8. You got that one, Bob?
Yes. Okay. So this is a public hearing on an amended planned development residential zone. So it's effectively like a zone change. It's, look at the map, it's already planned development residential, but that was put in place when the Knowles pasture came through the city back in 2007 or 8. So anyway, this is, we call it amended planned development zone. Effectively, it goes through the same process as a zone change. Secondly, there's also then a conditional use request to allow the units to be placed in short-term rentals. And we'll explain that. Applicants state that their intent is for nearly all of these to be long-term rentals over 30 days, but they do like or would like the opportunity to have some used for less than 30 days. And that's the break point. A short-term rental is anything that's rented 29 days or less. So, again, I mentioned the zoning was PD residential. It was which placed back in 2007 for the Knowles pasture. This is actually the first residential phase that's come through on the Black Desert. You remember we saw the golf course come through?
Mm-hmm.
That still hasn't made it to city council because they're waiting. They have a development agreement pending before the council and they wanted to bring those two together. So anyway, that was, we talk about it. We're going to talk a little bit about the development agreement. The application or the applicant is Dade Rose with Regal Homes. It's also, I think, the representative. The area is 19.46 acres for areas 7 and 8. So they propose a 200 home rental project. The project's not intended to be subdivided, but 200 home rental project with primarily long-term rentals, but also some short-term rentals as an allowed use. Again, the project will not be subdivided, but remain as a one-owner development with all homes being rentals, the original. So building design, these are 200 detached units, or nearly all of them are detached. They do have a few attached, but the vast majority, 90% plus of the 200 units are single detached units ranging from approximately 750 to 991 square feet. There are 404 parking spaces proposed, which meets the code, which because they have 200 units at 2 spaces per unit, that'd be 400. So they have 4 extra. The parking consists of 70 garages, 134 carports, and 200 uncovered spaces. Corey, maybe we could go to the site plan. We can pull that up now. We'll look at that. Parking plan meets the zoning code, which requires simply 2 spaces per home, one of which must be covered. The homes will have a southwestern exterior style consisting of what they call of a prairie home design plan with stucco exteriors and earth tone colors. In the staff report, initially it said 30-year asphalt shingles. Actually, it's a concrete tile roof. And we're going to have the applicant kind of go into more detail on their unit design. They've done an excellent job. I don't know if you noticed, they've provided like 14, 15 exhibits with this. Really good job on providing site plan and elevations and floor plans and all the rest. So as we mentioned, short-term rentals is a conditional use in the planned development residential zone. Planning Commission needs to consider their conditional use. Also, when we look at conditional uses on short-term or vacation rentals, we've always considered the amenity package. They're proposing a 132-foot long, we call resort pool, a splash pad, a spa hot tub, indoor fitness and clubhouse, outdoor barbecue area, and 3, if you look at the site plan that's on the screen, you can see the 3 large kind of green areas. So those are part of their amenities. Their density on this project, basically 20 acres, 200, 19.4 on the 200 units. It's approximately 12 units per acre density, which the code allows for either through the density bonus, but the other thing on their project, which they want to pursue, is a density transfer. And in the development agreement they have that's pending before the council, there's provision that they could transfer some densities from area to area. We don't know if that's going to get approved or not. Likely it would. If you can remember back to the Black Desert plan overall, the big picture, there's 300 acres in Ivins, 300 acres in Santa Clara. Out of the 300 acres that are in Santa Clara, there is 122 acres of natural open space, which are primarily lava fields, and 56 acres of golf course area. So if you add those 2 areas up, the 122, 56, 178 acres out of the 300 is some form of open space. So in the development agreement, they'd ask that some of the density could be utilized. Well, not only some of their open space requirement, which is in a PDR zone, is 30% of the project area. They're requesting that the overall open space for the project, a portion of that be used to meet the 30% requirement, which seems reasonable.
Can you explain to us how that transfer works?
Well,
I'm confused. by that.
Yeah.
They would look at Black Desert as a whole.
Yeah,
So then you allow for that in your density.
Yes.
yes. And see, and here's, when their general plan came through for approval, and the city council approved it in July 10th of 2019. It was for up to 1,937 dwelling units. So some of their area, they talk about is going to be kind of estate, single-family home areas. Some are going to be like this project, much denser. And so overall, they have to fit within that overall 1,937, yes. So, and their development agreement spells out how the density transfer, and they'll have to keep track of, which areas are receiving and sending, you might say. But anyway, so that density transfer. So there's really two ways to consider their density request. Again, in the PDR zone, the base density allowed is 8 units per acre. But the density bonus says you can have another 50%. So that takes it up a maximum of 12. So one option is to look at the design of the units and decide whether these meet all the criteria for a density bonus. The other, perhaps simpler way, in my mind at least, is just to go with the density transfer that has been talked about and is part of the development agreement.
And any motion that's made on this project would be subject to that development agreement being.
Yes, absolutely. So anything the
Everything
density.
will always go back to that, won't it? Anything inside this project will always go back to that development agreement.
Yes, yeah.
Part of your
Most-
motion would have to include the development agreement be.
Now, if something
They
happened
do.
on the development
Prior to-
agreement, something, happened on the development agreement, the council says, no, we're not going to go with the density transfer. Then they come back, I think, and say, all right, can we get that through a density bonus? And so anyway, those are two different ways. I probably won't beat that up anymore. Let me mention, again, there in the PDR zone, there's a requirement for a minimum of 30% of the area to be an open space for this 19.4 acres. That amounts to 5.8 acres of required open space. And again, in the development agreement, they're asking that some of the 122 acres of natural open space be considered as meeting their open space requirement for the project. The project proposes private internal streets with a pavement width of 26 feet wide to meet the fire code standards. That issue went to the city council, I think a week or two ago, and the council did approve the internal private streets on this basis. I wasn't at the meeting, and Corey can elaborate, but they said because it's a single owner unit, it's effectively like, it is an apartment project. Only this, it's horizontal and not vertical. So they said they could have the internal streets be private. They have a lot of frontage on two future public streets, the extension of Red Mountain Drive. And so you can see on the site plan and what they're not showing, but there's also going to be a connection to the north of a public street that takes it over to that roundabout.
Yeah.
Which is on the backside of the other project behind Harmon, right?
Well,
The roundabout goes back and joins into that.
So at the bottom of Bella Sol, there's proposed to be instead of Northtown Road continuing through Bella Sol over to Red Mountain,
Yeah.
there's a Sullivan project that's proposing to come off of the
curve.
turn there, curve right there, and extend over to Red Mountain, right along the top of what you see here. So right along the top is where the road would come in. So if you see my cursor right here, on the top right there,
Yeah.
is where that road would come in and go over to Rachel.
Yeah, and they need to, show that on when any other future plans, because that's an important public street of which their responsibility is.
Didn't there things say they were going to give some acres to that, or am I reading that wrong? Wasn't part of their stuff they were giving back to the dedicated road?
Yeah, and I think the applicant's here, so we're going to let him address that as well, but that's road. So moving on, just quickly on the traffic impact. 200 units in the trip generation manual, because these are proposed as rental units. It's similar to an apartment. They project 6.6 trips per unit per day. And again, one out is one trip, returning is a second trip. So that amounts to 1,330 trips per day. And that would be reduced somewhat by whatever units were used on the overnight rentals or vacation rentals, because that tends to even be a little bit lower trip rate. So Red Mountain Drive will extend along the east boundary of the project, the Pioneer Parkway, to serve as the main access to the project. A road along the north boundary will connect to the proposed Hamlin Parkway, which will connect to Snow Canyon Parkway if you go east through this future golf course areas. Initially, nearly all traffic is expected to use Red Mountain Drive and Pioneer Parkway for access. Secondary access is proposed by the applicant as a gravel road initially called Ranch Road, which goes through the golf course to Snow Canyon Parkway. The applicant states the secondary road will be improved to fire safety. However, Corey, I think they are also then, that may be modified based on their agreement to put that road on their north boundary. That came just out of the applicant's narrative. But so here's one thing that staff recommend, and this is actually based partly on the mayor's input and others. But prior, and this, if the project is PDR zone amendment is recommended for approval, part of this motion should say that prior to approval of a preliminary plat, or, if it's not going to be subdivided, prior to anyway their formal site plan, it is recommended that a traffic signal warrant study be provided by the applicant to provide what they call a threshold for potential traffic signal at the intersection of Red Mountain Drive and Pioneer Parkway, and to also provide for lane geometry needs. So we're asking the applicant to provide that, what they call a traffic signal warrant study, form of a traffic impact study, but specifically addressing the unique street design needs to put the signal in at the intersection of Red Mountain and Pioneer Parkway. So with that, I think staff recommends approval of the PDR zone amendment, along with approval of the conditional use for the short-term rentals and the project plan and the project plan for this PDR zone, which is the site plan and the unit design, which we haven't really looked at yet. So again, the 12 units per acre density could be met either through the development agreement, which hasn't yet been approved, or through the density bonus. And so I think maybe the better way to do that would be if you feel comfortable with their density. When you see all, if you're comfortable with them, we can do it just through the density or the development agreement. Doesn't turn out to accommodate that, then we have a mechanism to come back and seek density bones. Oh, I don't know, it's probably confusing, but if you have any questions.
Okay, who's spawn up? I have questions.
I'm Dade Rose. I'm the applicant with Regal Real Source. Happy to answer any questions. I can keep my mask on or off.
You can take it off, actually. While you're speaking, you're not within speed, you're fine.
Great.
Okay. Well done presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
It didn't make a lot of sense to me until I read the conclusion of your packet. Did you guys read the conclusion? And then I go, oh, okay. I got it.
Solved it right there. because
Yeah.
it Talks about. the
Could should have led with that.
And we do have the real elevation drawing, so I think it'd be nice for him to, sort of get this on the record,
Yeah.
some of the unit design.
Yeah.
And it may be, if it might be okay, I spoke with the city council last week and we went through it and I've been through the TDR as well, and the TDR didn't go as well. The city council went really well. And what I found is it's helpful to see what this type of concept looks like first, what we really intend. And so if, with Corey's help, and Bob, thank you for the introduction, maybe we could pan down in the staff report, because we have pictures, we have pictures showing the same type of rental subdivision that we're talking about. It's very similar to what we're proposing for this site. And then I'd be happy to answer any questions and go into any detail that the planning commission would like me to do. That'd be all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's down towards the end of the staff report for this particular project. So if you want to page down, number of pages.
Yeah.
I think 63 is the
Computer
one
to
you're
help
looking for.
catch up.
What we're passing through right now is the secondary access through the golf course.
They just, after we go over the elevations, we got to address the public road on the north side of your project.
Certainly. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
While we're waiting for this, Bob, will this help the city affordable housing requirements where it is a short term? Because in order for affordable housing, it has to be long term, right?
Keep going down, Corey.
Yeah, yes, long-term, and I'll let Dave explain what their percentage, but I think it's roughly 90% they intend to be long-term rentals.
Yeah.
And obviously, depending on the ultimate price, I think their narrative talks about providing workforce-related housing. So
it would meet those requirements?
from that standpoint, yeah, it will help the,
I think
the workforce.
commented about newly married, newlyweds, you commented about people starting over in life.
Right.
I mean, or just those people that simply don't have the means to put a down payment, I guess, is kind of falls in that category.
Yeah, and so maybe while Corey's getting there, let me describe what this is. So these are build to rent communities, or something that it's relatively new. You're right, perfect. Stop right there, that's perfect. So build to rent communities are new projects that have been starting to come up throughout the United States. And it's a market created subdivision to meet the needs of people that are newly married, that are starting out. Maybe someone's had a family situation arise. Maybe it's a single parent household, and maybe it's an elderly couple that want to take equity out of their home, and they no longer want to own their own home. They want to be able to live on that equity. They want to go visit their grandkids. They want to, maybe travel a little bit. They want to do some certain things. Maybe they have health costs, whatever it may be. What people are finding is it's just so darn expensive to own a house, right? And it's also really nice to be able to be in a community that has a resort amenities, that's a place that you would go to and that you would love, like if you were going on a trip. But you don't have to own it. You don't have to pay the $800,000, $900,000, $1 million to go live there. Instead, you get a smaller house. They're just a 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom. Some projects have 3. In our case, it's just going to be 1 or 2 bedroom homes, and you go and rent it. And so the average size is about 750 square feet, these homes, up to about 970 square feet. And they have big kitchens, nice, great room, living room, and then you just have your single bedroom. And if you're an elderly couple, you don't really need much more, right? I mean, you want your kids to come and visit you, but maybe you aren't trying to house them all when they're there. Or if you're, a single dad, and you have a child that you get to share with your ex-spouse, you don't need to have multiple rooms. And so the rent for these is going to be somewhere around $1,200, $1,300, $1,400. And then you have your own private yard. You have a little doggy door. So if you've got a pet, your dog can go in and out. You can go to work and leave your pet at home and not worry about it making a mess all night long or all day long while you're gone. And then you come back and you have your lawn care taken care of. You have access to this beautiful swimming pool, the whole thing. So let's, Corey, if you can go back up to the top, I'll just show the picture. So let's stop there. This is an actual build to rent community. This is in Phoenix. This is one that has actually been produced by a company that we have engaged with at different times. And it's a Christopher Todd company, but it's very similar to what we're going to have. So you can see the resort pool as you enter, and you have a beautiful sort of cabana and clubhouse amenity that's there. Somehow we just went white. I think it's skipped somehow. Somehow we lost those photos. I don't know what happened to them.
Just catching up.
Okay.
It's slow.
Looks like it's gone to a different place. We were right on the photos, but.
I got 121 documents, so.
Oh, do you? Anyway, so you could have seen if you were looking, they're individual houses, and the great majority of them are all detached. So they're just single individual homes. And instead of being in a big apartment house, you know, a 4-story, 5-story, 6-story apartment house, people say, well, geez, I could rent an apartment and do that in that big building, or I could just have my own house. And I don't have someone on top of me, you know, making noise and doing stuff. They're detached. Now, we do have about 20 some odd dwelling units will be above our enclosed garages, and those would be attached. But that's 20 or so out of 200. Okay. And so it's a really nice option for people. Okay, we're back to the photos. So if we just go slowly down, you can see the resort pool. Keep continuing, please. This is the type of, we have these little parks throughout so that people can come and join, talk, you know, have fun, throw a Frisbee around, enjoy themselves. Please go on down. This gives you a little sense for what the houses look like. They're individual little homes, but they work great. We own them all. None of this is subdivided. So there's never an issue like, oh, you're going to have some deadbeat there and they aren't going to be able to pay their utility bills or whatever. We pay the utility bills. It's up to us to go and make sure our rents are high enough to cover for the utility bills or collect from the renters, right? And so it's a really nice feature, and that's why municipalities like us a lot, because it's much easier than if we were just selling condominiums or selling subdivisions. It's much harder for a municipality to work in those types of situations. Okay, keep going down a little bit. This shows an exercise facility. There's the private backyard. They aren't all quite as big as that, but some of them are that big, and others are a little bit smaller, but they're nice, and it's just big enough. You can go out and you can have a barbecue, right? You can just sit out on your back patio. You can see through here, this is what some of the kitchens and the great rooms look like. And there's a little doggy door that you can see as you go down slightly. You know, if you have a pet, it's pretty nice. It's hard to have a pet when you're in a big apartment building. So this is the concept, right? And I just wanted to make sure that everyone sort of understood it. I'd be happy to go to the site plan now and show you what our site plan looks like and some of our house designs. But before I do you have any questions about the concept in general, the way it works?
You answered one of them, Mike. There's just one owner, which.
Just one owner.
Big. Do you individually meter these buildings for?
So we have talked about that. That's a possibility, but we don't have to individually meter because we pay it all.
That's a lot of meters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to individually meter them because we have a single meter and we just pay everything, right? I mean, so the city doesn't go to John Doe or Jane Doe that lives in house number 3. They just come to us, to Real Source.
Yeah.
We pay the bill. So it makes it easy.
So with a single meter, would that be multiple building permits? So building permit per building?
Yeah.
That's a substantial revenue for the city.
My guess is because we've never done it before.
We've never done it
We'll
before.
have to figure it out.
So we'll have to figure it out. That's
Okay.
right. Yeah.
All right. Questions?
But every building's got to have a disconnect for fire because
Yeah. There has to be a
you got to have a
sub-channel with
disconnect.
shut off.
So it'll probably be clustered if they're going to do it that way somehow to cluster 4 units and then another 4 units.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
So I read that, you know, you're doing the long-term rental.
Yeah.
You do have some possibility of some nightly rental being part of this project.
We did keep that in specifically because, you know, we're dealing in the COVID world these days. And it's the type of thing we see that we're going to have 80, 90% of the dwelling units with 6 months or more terms. We don't think it's going to be 30 days. We think it's more 6 to 12 months. And then people just renew because they like it so much. But in a situation, you know, sometimes it's nice to be able to do a nightly rental. Yeah, for a minority. We aren't looking for a
Yes.
big.
Not your intent.
No, that's not our.
Are you thinking like designating this many units?
Well,
Nightly
you know,
rental or something like that?
it's a good question. And we hadn't done that. I mean, if the planning commission wanted to recommend something and, you know, I'd be willing to work with you on it. Our view again has been something that's going to be much more in a minority, you know, 10%, 15%. And I don't even think it's going to be that much, but in a worst case scenario, I don't want to tie my hands. That's all.
If I can make a comment about that real quick, I saw a project like this in Phoenix where they actually, these are short-term rentals, as Mr. Rose was talking about, where my in-laws come into town. We're super excited about them coming to visit, especially because they're staying in that short-term rental over on the other side of the project and not in our place. So that's one of the purposes of those short-term rentals. But having said that, I would recommend that we have, you know, unless we're just going to be open for it being like all short-term rentals, I think we should put some sort of 10% or whatever type of a deal like that on the short-term rentals.
Also, of course, any short-term rental approval would have to be subject to our short-term rental ordinance. So whether this is a single owner, I think our ordinance says that the management company has to be on site and all that, so.
I would assume that there's an office on site for
Yes.
something like this, right?
Yes.
There has to be a staff.
There is. So we have in our rec center, maybe can we go to the site plan, Corey? I think it's up a little bit.
It's almost to the top.
And that'll help you to sort of see it. We can.
Is that it or up?
We can stop there for a second. We'll go higher in a bit, but if you can see the pool is the blue area. And then in front of that area is a building, and that's our clubhouse building if you go in front of the pool. And in that, we'll have an exercise facility. We're going to have a place for our property manager, our rental manager. So just what you were talking about. And it'll be, we'll have a common gathering area. You know, we aren't going to be in COVID forever. People will be able to come and enjoy themselves and make friends. If we could go up maybe to the site plan and I can describe that a little bit. And then if we want to, we've got renderings, elevations, you know, I'm happy to take as long as you want. I know you've had a long night already. But
sorry, every time I touch the screen, it
that's okay.
Has to recalculate.
No worries. Were there other questions as we're waiting for that?
Garbage collection, because you've got private streets.
We provide for the collection. So we have a private service that would come in, or we would contract with the city.
So you're going to have small cans or large cans?
Small cans that we then take and we dump out into a big trash bin that we keep on site.
So you have collection areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing I wrote down was just that stoplight at the end of on Pioneer, because that's a lot of people.
Well, and this is, you know, I just saw the staff report, I think yesterday, and saw the request. We'd be fine with that. That wouldn't be a problem to do that study.
That was traffic warrant study, yeah. Is this a good time to talk about the road on the north of your project?
I'd be happy to. It'll be helpful when the site plan's up so you can see it.
All right.
But let me start to talk just so I know your time's valuable. Sullivan had talked with Patrick Manning. So we're part of Black Desert and had spoken with Patrick Manning, and Patrick has some benefits for them. They don't necessarily have the road just go right across the top of our property. Our vision is instead that we're going to be we're taking from Pioneer Parkway, Red Mountain Drive, and we're going all the way up to the northeast corner of our project. And then it will continue on from there. We aren't responsible for that, but it will continue on from there up to Hamlin. And so Sullivan was okay with that. It was okay. Now, I haven't spoken with him. okay, but this is from Patrick, that they don't necessarily have to go right across our top. So when I heard the conversation earlier this evening, I know there had been discussion about possibly having that additional road go right along the top of our property, but currently that's not what we're proposing. That's not, as I understand, that's not what's happening. So here we are at our site plan, and the area that we're talking about is just right along that north border. And so at one point there was a proposal to put a road along there. That's not our vision. Again, we think that the main road is going to be Red Mountain Drive. Our secondary access comes from that T. If you go along, sort of along the right, if you come down, come down slightly. Oh, no, sorry. Stop right there and then just go back. Yeah, that's it. You can see that. But it's actually going to tie in where we've got that T. Come down slightly, Corey, to the next street. Right there. Oh, no. Slow.
Right here?
See the left? See the sort of stub?
Here?
There. Yes. So it's going to go directly across, and that's the ranch road that we were talking about. And it was going to go into that, and you can sort of see a little bit. They've been using that. This is an overlay on an existing dirt road, but that's going to be improved. It's going to meet fire safety requirements, and that will suffice as our secondary access until such time as it's paved or further improved.
And Dave, where does Ranch Road?
It doesn't get across the wash.
No, my understanding is it goes all the way up through the golf course.
And where does it
So-
exit out onto near Snow Canyon Parkway near the roundabout?
That's what I understood. And so obviously it can't end nowhere. And that's what we've gone through that. Patrick's assuring us that we're going to have access to a finished road. And that's what we're going on.
Once again, that would be part of that development agreement.
Yeah, we're gonna have to,
Yeah.
that's gonna have to get firmed up, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, yeah.
Sure. But I think right now we're here tonight for the concept plan, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
this-
we can work through that somehow.
But if the road itself, if we were to go down, it was that one, and it's a little confusing, but you have the different slides and they actually have the road showing how it's going. The golf course road, that's what you were sort of looking at. There's 6 or 7 slides of it.
Yeah, the city has received a proposal from Sullivan Homes, part of the Solus project, that will have a road, or proposing for a road that comes across the top of your project here.
Yeah, and I understand that had been submitted, but then my also understanding is that they've since spoken with Black Desert and Patrick Manning, and that they were neutral on it. They've said they don't have to go across the top. Let me describe a bit. You can see all of those homes that you're looking at. Do you see how they're all separated and they're detached? And they sort of form clusters. You have these 4 dwelling units that each sort of make these squares. They're separated. There's 11 feet of separation between them. So they're very friendly for people getting in and out, for pedestrian access and ingress. Our streets are wide. They work really well. We have a string of parks that we've created. And so as you walk up from the main rec center, you'll be able to go to 3 different parks, and that's a continuous walkway, and it will give a view looking north of Red Mountain. It's going to provide just some beautiful views. And so we've tried to maximize that as much as we can. If we could go just slightly down in the same screen, you can see, if it stop. Okay, so that's the main entry is going to come up Red Mountain. That's the main entry. And you'll go turn west and go in, and then that's your view. You'll see this beautiful resort style swimming pool with cabanas. You'll see our clubhouse that's sort of just to the left of it. There's that clubhouse with the property management area that you asked about. And it's just beautiful. And then, as I described, for the residents, they would continue walking up that green open park to the north, and that string of parks, that's the first of 3, and it continues all the way up top. And Thank you, Corey. He's just showing that. If you'd like to go down and we can show a few of the elevations.
One quick question there.
Yeah.
That green space next to the clubhouse, is that a pickleball court? Because I don't think you can have a project this big in Santa Clara without a pickleball court, can you?
It's not a pickleball court. That would be fun. We do splash pads.
Okay, okay.
That's what you're looking at. And then the little dot, the blue dot is actually the spa jacuzzi.
Sure, sure.
And down at the bottom, before we move off this, what is that? Just down a little bit?
That's where we have our trash.
The garbage.
Receptacle. So that's where we keep it. You see, it's not our main entry.
That's not like a public access. That's just really kind of private.
That's where the sanitation company will come in, get it, and leave. It's not a through street. It's just sort of a dead end. And that way we keep it off the road. It's very clean. We don't want that cluttering up the look at all of our entry. The main entry is where we put our focus, and that's purposely why we have the rec center right there and the pool and everything else. We want it to be beautiful. We don't want to have trash out there in front. Okay, if we were to go down, would that be okay? This shows the golf course, and you can start to see this is the road. That's the secondary access road. Make sure that I'm orienting you correctly.
Am I understanding you and
yeah.
Patrick are saying that you're going to install this complete asphalt road up to?
I'm not saying asphalt, gravel, just road base, whatever's sufficient for fire service through the golf course. This is secondary access.
Continue all the way out to here?
Yeah, so if you have, can you see the orientation on north on that? It should come down and show it. You wanted to.
Which way?
I'm just.
So the top of it's north.
Yep.
And that's the roundabout on
So-
Canyon Parkway.
There's Snow Canyon Parkway right here.
There is a subdivision that is being proposed by Sullivan and another partner that is going to put in another roundabout, and they were talking about a road tying all the way through.
Right.
But that's not,
This.
but
Yeah.
I'm just aware.
So this is the golf course again, and that's where we're pulling our access through, our secondary access, not the main access at all.
No.
And then if
So
you,
once again, we're probably going to have to work on that, because that seems like a long gravel road through a roundabout and all the way out to Snow Canyon Parkway for that secondary access. When you have a development proposed to the city that's going to come off with an access here, right toward the north of your property, and probably just share the cost of that because the road's going in. So anyway, they'll have to work that out in the development agreement.
if we go down further, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, here's the road slides I was talking about. And this is where it's, the top of the page is not north, definitely on these, but that's that green sort of snake, that's the golf course road. And we pick up on page 6 on this. Well, we pick up on the 6th slide, but it's helpful if you're an engineer. It's very difficult to show otherwise. If we could continue on. Thanks for doing this, Corey.
Sure.
Keep going down. I'd like to get to where we start showing the elevations.
Okay.
And the floor plans, whichever one we hit first. Okay, that's again the rec center. That's more detail to the clubhouse with the property management office. Keep going, please.
Just wait for the computer to catch up. There we go.
So that's, if you want to slow, that's the exterior elevation for what the rec center is going to look like. So you'll have, your exercise facility in there, the property manager, rental office will be in there. Thank you. And then here are some elevations of our home. So the detached homes are all showing above, and you can see those are the ones with the really nice earth tone stucco. It's southwest. It's going to, fit in really nicely with everything that we have going on at Black Desert. And then the ones towards the bottom, we just have a dwelling unit on the ends. So you've got these garage facilities, and then you have the dwelling units on the end. Those are the ones we were talking about as being attached, like the 20, 24. I can get the exact number for you if you want it.
Go down.
Okay. And then here are our house plans. So these are the detached, and you can see if you take your cursor slow and go slightly to the left and up, go left, and just go straight up a little bit. You can see the door where the trees are on, go to the right, and then go up to the two trees. Do you see the two trees?
Two trees.
Okay, there. So that's, see the doorway, that's where you would enter into that particular dwelling unit. You'd enter it in, and then you have your kitchen area there. After you walk through your front, you've got a kitchen, you've got a big, nice, great room. You've got your kitchen dining room table right up there. And then in this case, this is a 2-bedroom. And so you've got bedroom here with a bath, and then we've got another bedroom with a bath down below. And that's an example of one. Another 2-bedroom over here on the right. They're both Plan 3. If you go down to like Plan 2, that's the single bedroom. So you can see that one. That's where it'll have a single bedroom with a single bathroom, same big, nice main room, kitchen. In this case, we actually have a covered patio. Yes, so it's going to be really nice.
I thought it was well thought out that each unit would have a doggy door.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's surprising because you don't really think about it until you're living in an apartment and you're saying, well, what am I going to do with my dog when I go to work? We can go on, and there's lots more we can talk about, but again, I'm sensitive to the hour. So tell me what other questions you may have. There was a discussion about the bonus density. You know, we think it merits just receiving the bonus density. And if the Planning Commission feels good about this project and be willing to recommend it, that'd be great. If not, Patrick's already told us, he said, I've got more density than I know what to use. I'm going to give you the density if you need it. This is some of the landscaping around the homes. That's what you're seeing. So I would love to, if the planning commissioners, if you'd be willing to grant the bonus density given the project and the benefit that this is going to provide, I think it makes sense. It's a great project. If not, we'll just be working it out with Patrick. But I think it stands on its own 2 feet is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions? Can you give me your?
I don't.
name?
Dade, like Dade County, Florida.
Okay.
And Dade Rose. I'm happy to sit down or stay up here if you'd like me to. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark? Chairman?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
We've had a long night already. I was ready to quit a long time ago. So I'd hesitate to even ask this question, but he has some elevations with the parking spots below it, with the little mini garages below it. Where are those in the site plan? I was having a hard time finding that.
The garages?
Yeah.
The multi.
Top. They're in the top.
So that right there.
You're talking about detached garage?
Yeah, those are the 2 dots that represents a dwelling unit on each end. And then they go over the top.
Where are they on the site plan? I think.
If I can show you on the site plan, if we go up.
Well, that answered the question, because I was wondering where are those units, and they're over the top of those little.
They're second story units.
They're second story. Yeah.
So the next question was, there are some small garage or carports that look like the parking, the clear zone in front of those are really tight.
At 26 feet wide from parking stall to parking stall.
Okay.
So they meet the city and fire code requirements.
But I mean, I see
Do they meet an old man parking requirements?
Well, that's a strict standard. I don't know.
All right, 26 feet, that looks narrower than that on that site plan. So that's 26 feet should work.
And Marv, these interior streets are going to be private. The city council approved private streets for this interior because it's going to remain a one owner project.
Sure. We still have to do a public hearing on this, right? Is there anybody still left in the
We do have to.
chambers?
So Marv, if you look on page 44 of your packet, you got that open? Those big units that he's talking about, the 2-story ones, are the ones that have like a V over the top. Anyway. Okay, anything else from council or from the commission? Sorry. We are not council.
Don't want to be.
I'm good.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's laid out well. I think it's been presented well. And as long as we get the staff to figure out what's going on with the streets and the secondary, I think it's a great project.
We haven't opened the public hearing yet on this.
Yeah,
we did.
That was the public. Oh, now I'll open the public hearing. Who would like to say something?
It looks like Jeremy Call in the back.
He's here.
He didn't leave.
It's a fabulous project. Very well done, very well presented. But I do have some comments because Bob Nicholson brought up the fact that this is inside the Knoll pasture project. And I heard a little bit ago about once this becomes part of a development agreement, then the developer has to follow that. And I want you to know that that is not the case. Okay? Because, well, it should be the case, but that is not the case. All right? So I'll read to you 17.68.100, item number 5. It says, the project plan and any development agreement approved and adopted by the City Council pursuant to this chapter is intended to be utilized as a master plan in relation to the zoning, regulation, and development of properties designated therein. The design guidelines and the standards approved and adopted by the City Council pursuant to its adoption of the PD project plan or development agreement shall control and regulate the development and construction within the project. And that's what you're talking about. That's what should happen, right? But so I have here no pasture project plan, and this binder is just an amendment to the plan. And we've had several projects, many projects, go into the no pasture development that never amended the project plan. And this plan was never followed by any of them. In fact, the only thing, there's maybe a couple buildings that are actually in the location shown in this project plan. But other than that, this plan hasn't been followed. And to my knowledge, it's never been actually amended since 2007-ish.
Well,
City council understands that.
yeah.
They knew that the Knowles master plan wasn't going to happen after the downturn in the economy and that the property sold. Therefore, when a zone change came in, they were amending that area.
They
but
did
not subject to the Knowles pasture master plan.
Why isn't it subject to it when the zoning ordinance says it's supposed to be controlled by that?
Well, Jeremy, here's in July of 2019, the council approved a new concept plan for that entire property. July 2019, it showed the golf course layout and the development pods. And so that was quote, the concept, the master plan. And then as each pod, I mean, they could do it quicker, but as each development pod, like Mr. Rose brings forth, then they'll go through the zoning hearing. So yeah, the Knowles pasture, great as a plan as it might have been, is long gone.
Let me ask this question. So did it go away because the property sold?
Well, no, it didn't, it went away because, partly that may be on the cause, but the plan was replaced by the Black Desert General Plan.
When they got it in 2019.
Yeah, and it came to the planning commission and it went to the city council on July 10th of 2019. They approved the new Black Desert concept plan, 1,900 units, the golf course and all that. Now they're coming back to implement the various areas through zoning procedure. But the concept plan has been replaced, the Knowles pasture. But the difference is obviously, not only did Knowles pasture get a plan, they got land development zoning on it. So that's what we're piecemeal replacing, simply because the PD zone requires a site plan and design drawings, which Patrick Manning group doesn't have that for the entire 300 acres in Santa Clara. Of course, most of it's open space or golf course, but even for the remaining, they'll do it in a phase by phase. We're still waiting to resolve that area 6 on the general plan, which the planning commission said, you prove that minus area 6.
Right.
Because we didn't want that mostly disturbed, so.
Because of the,
Yeah.
on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Well, that
That's
answer
why-
your question?
So that's why things get changed then, is because as it changes ownership or changes structure, they can come in and submit new and have a public hearing, go through the process,
Right.
and get it updated.
Yes, an owner could have stuck with the Knowles pasture, but no, they decided
They
wanted
opted to restructure.
do something else, yeah.
That project's only maybe half of Knowles pasture project, so it didn't actually
Yeah.
cover the whole
Oh,
thing.
You mean the Black Desert thing?
Yeah, the Black Desert was only half. There's still another,
The rest of it goes all the way over to the school. I mean, Shan had big
yeah, even
plans.
past the school.
Yeah. Past the school.
West of the
You're
school
talking
and
about
north of the
Shan's
school.
original-
Yeah.
his
Shan's
original
original
plan.
dream.
Huge project. I really don't, I mean, the idea of the PD zone is that it's not lot by lot. It's the whole development follows the whole plan. And so what it's become is lot by lot.
Well, not lot by lot, but
Pod by pod.
pod by pod, yeah. This is
Well-
20 acres, so it's.
Section by section.
But
yeah,
not
20
in,
acres is, a significant development site, but.
but when you go to Harmon's, it becomes lot by lot, but it wasn't supposed to be that way. Which Harmon's, all of that stuff is inside Knowles pasture. So I just want to bring that up. Don't be so confident that it's going to actually happen the way the developer presents it, because that's not what
But
happened.
we are,
Time marches on. We don't have control of that.
Well, you do have control, actually. The city does have control, and
Things
it's,
change and people go through the process and to go through it properly, which they did. They had the public hearing and all that. They accomplished what, I mean, we can make the conditions, but as time goes on and things change, they can come back and get it amended and changed.
they can if it's approved. The city has control over the approval process. So if they don't comply with this plan, then you can deny it. based
well, that's
on
what
that.
we are considering tonight is a project plan for this 20 acres.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with this project. It's a great project. I'm just not sure that things are done the way that they say they're supposed to be done in the ordinance. And
I think they're being done exactly how the ordinance provides.
okay,
If a property owner asks for a plan development zone change today, we could approve it. In a year, if the property owner wants to do a different plan, he can do that, but he has to come and try to do a zone change to make that happen. It's not permanent, that it can't be changed ever.
right. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But it does state that this becomes basically the zoning ordinance, right? Isn't that what?
It does, and the developer needs to carry that out unless they come through and get an amendment, which is what the developer's trying to do tonight.
Okay.
So it does become the plan, but it's not permanent. If they want to come and request a different plan development, they're free to do that. And you're right, the city can deny that, but they've got to come back and ask to change that.
Good.
So I don't see any conflict at all in what's before the commission today at all.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
I'm just impressed you kept that book all these years. I threw mine away a decade ago. Yeah, you keep that stuff forever. All right. Anybody else in this public hearing? Only got one other guy. You got anything to say? All right, great job. Okay, with that, I'll close this public hearing and we will go down to number 2 on general business. Commission members, you guys have anything you want to talk about on this one?
I just had a question that you answered about how the density gets made up according to either whether we approve it as a standalone like that, or I didn't understand that transfer. So thanks for clarifying that. I just have a little worry about nightly rentals. I just think we've talked about this before. We just get more and more demand requests for it. I have some concerns about that, but I think the overall project can't deny it. I just would caution nightly rentals, but I hear what you're saying for, like James said, the in-laws come, they stay on that side of the project and I'm over in my house. So
I'm with you. That's why I asked if there was a certain percentage that was.
Yeah.
And I think that that needs to be defined. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, 20% would be 40 homes. Yeah. I don't think that's exorbitant. I think that that's manageable. So at no point there would be more than 40% or 20%, sorry, 40 homes. That seems reasonable to me.
This is Marv.
Yes, Marv.
I was going to suggest that 20% too as a ceiling to that. I think that's a good number. Based on what the developer's saying, it'll be less than that. The other thing that I would just like to say is that I like the idea of him following and getting the density bonus. I mean, 12 units per acre is pretty dense, and so I think it's worth it that he goes ahead and tries to get that density bonus, even though that Patrick has told him that he can have all the extra bonus from clustering from his project. I'm not really hip on the idea of we're going to take this open space golf course and allow a lot of that and pawn off or sell off the acreage of that to get really, really dense things down that aren't looking nice. I mean, we've got it in the ordinance that they can go 12 acres. I mean, 12 units per acre if they get the density bonus up to that. So I think the density bonus would be a good thing to shoot for.
Yeah, I prefer the idea of attaching the density to the entire project and making sure that Manning's and Black Desert holds up their end instead of going the other way. That's an easier defense for us.
So you're.
Oh yeah, and they still have the limit. They still have their limit of 1900 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I don't want to give up on the look and trying to make it a something that will achieve the density bonus for their own individual standalone project.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you could act on that then tonight if you're inclined. If you comfortable and you saw the elevations and the layout, then you can go ahead and act on that.
So what's your impression? Does based on the layout, I mean, he mentioned that he thinks that they meet the density bonus. I noticed that they had varied roof lines in some areas, which I know is one of the guidelines, but does it meet the density bonus by their elevations?
Well, the criteria, if you recall, are kind of broad. They're not highly specific. It talks about varied roof lines and trellises and other features that make a project more unique and gives it some character. I think the landscaping does, and the amenities seem to be very well thought out and are, really good amenities for the project. So I think it meets
Did we
the
say,
goal.
didn't we say right at the very beginning, an hour ago or so, that they were concrete tiles?
Yes.
I remember a project that we talked about where we had the hardy board, and some of the features on the outside that, it looks like he's got different colors there. I don't know what that is. It's just, actually looks like there's some hardy board there. Like, we can't hear him, at least out here. Out here in COVID land.
Sorry. Yeah, principally stucco on the exteriors, but we do have additional materials. So we break it up, and the density bonus is given for innovative developments, and we think this is innovative, and it's innovative in a good way. It matches what the market is asking for, and there's not many places where you can go find affordable luxury. And this is one of those few places. So it's really neat. Anyway, any other questions?
Well, yeah, just on that, let me just read a sentence on the density bonus on the front elevations and building materials. It says, on the front elevation and also street side elevation for corner lots, stucco may not exceed 50% of the wall area, not including windows. So would you have enough other materials so that stucco isn't?
Yes, we would. And then again, this is unique, this project, because it's interior, right? So,
Right.
So we're going to have a masonry wall that will be landscaped, with a southwestern landscaping. It will be along Red Mountain. So there's no public road even that gets into that, but yes.
Yeah, and all what you say is true, but that's not part of the criteria. The criteria says those units, we didn't contemplate a 200-unit rental project, I guess.
Right.
But it says, when the building wouldn't just be solely stucco. If it was solely stucco, then that'd probably be reason to think, well, maybe we need to go with the density transfer provision. But if your units are going to have a mix of materials.
They do.
Then.
They do, but I guess I'm just saying, Bob, I think we get there both ways because we have the mix. I can't tell you today that it's a 50% mix.
Yeah.
But given the way the project is laid out and the way the statute reads, because it's talking about from the corners, from the streets, these are private roads, private lanes.
But they still apply, even though, the general public may not be driving through it. The people that are in there will be driving to it. And the idea behind the density bonus is that you got an exceptional design.
Sure.
And so, the other option is if you want to defer and see some renderings come back, that would be another option. Move forward with the zone change and that would
Or
be
just rely on the Patrick Manning Black
Well,
Desert Master Development Agreement. We can do
Well, that we're if anything, we'll be relying on your comments tonight about what these units are going to look like.
Yeah, for the bonus.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just saying if the
Oh,
planning commission
yeah.
didn't want to go down that road, we can take the other
The other
approach.
avenue, right.
Yeah.
That's why
I
I said
like-
the
I-
easier to leave it to the Black Desert.
Oh, you mean lead it to the density transfer?
Leave it to the density transfer, then we don't have to deal with any of that.
Well, and that was my initial thought on it, but, and maybe we could do that. And then if that doesn't pan out, they'll be back and we'll be back looking at the density bonus, I guess.
Well, my comment was that I think as I'm looking at it, I think it probably, his renditions probably meet it. It looks like the frontage on those units are right around 50% stucco. But I mean, we've heard a lot of people today say you can't trust what a developer says. Not that I follow that line of thinking, but I would just like, I like the idea of not just taking, I mean, if we approve this, are they tied into that elevation?
Yeah, basically, that's the PD zone. That's what we're doing.
Okay, then I'm good. I've said enough then.
Okay. So if we make a motion to include, subject to the development agreement with Black Desert, want to make mention of the 20% nightly rental. And
When you talk about the percentage, it's actually, the ordinance uses units. So if you could specify units that you're recommending.
number of units, so
Correct.
40 units.
40 units, no more than 40 units.
Correct.
Okay.
Mark,
And-
did you close the public hearing?
And then do we want to talk about the density? Or does that coincide with the development agreement?
Well, yeah, I mean, a request has been made for the bonus density, so the motion should include a recommendation on that.
Okay. All right. I think we're ready to do it, fellas and ladies.
And we also want to address the traffic signal warranty study.
Yes.
Yes.
You want me to take a shot at a motion?
Sure. If you speak into your mic, that would be great.
Commissioners, one last thing, just to make this a little bit more difficult for you.
I don't, yeah.
If you could just include a condition that when it gets to the city council, that the plan designate where short-term residential property has been approved.
Is that because the conditional use item number 5, which you have separated out on the last thing,
Right.
deals with the short-term vacation rentals?
Right.
Is that a separate motion?
This will be with your recommendation on the zone change,
So we can
Not on
combine
the
them.
conditional
not
use.
on the conditional use
We
permit.
have to
Correct.
do that separate.
Correct.
Well, then I don't want to take a shot.
Now, Devin, are
So-
you saying actually designate where the units are or just put a cap?
What the code says is that the PDR district map shall designate where short-term residential property has been approved.
Oh,
Is it possible to, and I'm just thinking this through because I hadn't thought of specific dwelling units. I'm fine with the percentage, the 40 is not a problem. But I just, so long as we stay, it's designated within this particular area. It's, within our,
Within the boundaries of your project?
no, I'm just saying within our project because it's the project. It's the 200 units, the 200 dwelling units, but 40 of those within that 16.2 acres. Doesn't that satisfy the location requirement? I'm just asking if you feel comfortable with that. It would just give us flexibility to move those around. Sometimes you don't know exactly
You might
where.
have some units that don't rent, and that's
Yeah.
prime unit. right?
That's what I'm worried about. And so I don't know, is it going to be the ones in the back, the ones in the front, the ones on the side? I'm not ready to say that tonight. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, and I think our code would accommodate that.
Okay. That would be helpful if we can do it that way. Thanks.
yeah.
That change thing? Shelley?
Okay. Shelley, do you think you want to take a stab at that?
No, does someone else have a better idea? I'm trying to.
Do you want me to take a stab at it?
Yes.
Please.
The old pride.
I make a motion that we recommend to city council to consider approval, to consider amended planned development residential zone project, Plan Regal Homes, project at Black Desert, Area 7 and 8 on 19.46 acres located north side of Pioneer Parkway in the west of the present Entrada development with condition upon getting their second access road approved by the city, and also condition and also that 40 units, no more than 40 units will be utilized for short-term residential, but the entire development will be identified as potential short-term residential.
Well done. I have a first from Mark.
And subject to the development agreement being approved?
And subject to the development agreement being approved.
And let's see, Barb, did you include also the traffic signal warrant study?
No, I didn't. And that was the reason I wanted to make the motion, is because I wanted to also conditional upon a traffic signal warrant study on Pioneer and Red Mountain.
That good?
Did he address?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I think that got it.
We didn't address the density.
Yeah, we haven't. So, I mean, in which
No,
case,
because
we'll just defer it to the development agreement, I guess.
deferred to the development agreement.
In that case, I'll second it.
Okay, I have a recommendation from Marv and a second from Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries on. Thank you. Well done.
So should we go to the conditional use? since
On
we're-
item 5?
Might as well.
Since we're on the same project, I guess we probably covered most of those issues already.
So that's number 5.
I might be able to do this one.
Do it.
Oh,
Because all we do is recommend approval, right?
yes.
Well,
No, on a conditional use, we don't.
this is our call, I think, isn't it?
This will be to grant. And then just remember, just like on the last item, include a condition that the zone change is approved by the city council as well.
Conditioned upon the city council's approval of the zone change.
Okay, so I recommend approval of the conditional use permit for the short-term vacation rentals not to exceed 40 for the proposed dwelling units in item 2 Regal Real Source LLC. Subject to the city council approval of the, what are they?
Zone change.
Zone change.
And I'd like to have you add, and that they meet the city ordinance for short-term rental.
And I will add that they meet the city ordinance for short-term rentals.
Excellent. Got a consideration from Shelley.
I'll second that consideration.
I have a second from Curtis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That one passed. Excellent work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, this goes to the council next Wednesday. 5 o'clock.
All right. I'm assuming that.
Oh, no, public hearing.
Are you here for number 8? I'm going to jump right to that, just so we can get you out of here. How about that? Let's everybody go down general business. We're going to go to right to number 8, which is a recommendation to the city council to abandon a lot line and to merge lot 6 and 7 in Heights West, Plat A subdivision, Bussey Family Trust. Is that how you say
Yes,
that?
this applicant owns 2 adjacent lots in the Heights West subdivision and seeks to merge the 2 lots into 1 lot. The requesting combined lot will be approximately 24,000 square foot in area. State law SCA 10-9A 608 parentheses 2 allows the planning commission to approve such request at a public meeting without a public hearing where the applicant owns both lots and seeks to join the two contiguous lots into one lot. The applicant also wants to vacate the public utility easement which runs along the present boundaries of 6 and 7. That request will go to City Council for consideration. And staff recommends approval of these combining
Okay.
of the lots.
Mr. Blair circle, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's up by me.
What are you going to do with 2 lots?
I got to commend you all on the size of your bladders.
I thought mine succumbed. Had to go. I couldn't do it any longer.
Practice, man. Just practice.
We recently moved to your beautiful community and bought 2 lots, and we would like to build one home across both lots. So in the spirit of everything we've talked about tonight, it would reduce the traffic on the street because there's only one house instead of 2.
Well played.
And it would reduce the density of the population. So if it pleases you, we'd like permission to erase that property line and build
Okay.
one home on the 2 lots.
All right.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Hit it, Marv.
All right. I move that we recommend to the city council granting the petition to abandon the lot line and to merge lots 6 and 7 in the Heights West Plat A subdivision.
Well done.
I'll second it. Beat you to it.
All right, I've got a first from Marv and a second from Mark and a third from Shelley. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Busey, that'll go to City Council on the 18th at 5 o'clock for that abandonment of the easement between the 2 lots.
Sorry about the long wait, Mr. Busey.
All right, thanks for waiting.
Thank you for waiting.
Okay, now back to our public hearing. Number 3, public hearing to receive input for approval for project plan for proposed Mobetta's Restaurant and a Swig drive-through planned development commercial zone located at Harmon's parking lot. Okay,
So the zone is PD commercial. General plan designation is Main Street commercial. The acreage is 0.93 acres. The applicant is Christian Boyos, representing Harmon's. The project designer is Christian Boyos. And the location is Plat Pad C in front of Harmon's store on Pioneer Parkway. See if I can't find the packet here. Indicates.
sorry.
Pretty cool, the double drive-through. So I'd never seen this double drive-through thing before.
It's
Until
cool, huh?
Lehigh.
I know you
They did that up in Lehigh.
Really?
Section up behind the outlet mall. There's this little shopping complex of Harmon's.
The wrong one?
It's surrounded, and there's a Swig and not a Mobetta's, but another similar type of, and it's really cool. It's where my daughter Haley was living recently. And
It's a good idea.
it's,
I like this idea.
I need to learn more, Jeremy. I'm too stuck in the furniture world.
Which changes weekly. Huh?
So Harmon's is going to be building this.
Pardon me?
Harmon's is going to be building this for,
Harmon's will be building the shell and the tenants will do the tenant finish.
TI it out. Okay.
Yep. So the applicant requests approval of the site plan and building elevations drawing for a Swig restaurant and a Mobetta restaurant on pad C in front of Harmon's store on Pioneer. The PD commercial zone requires that the PD Planning Commission holds a public hearing on the project plan, which consists of both a site plan and a building elevation. And I've got the site plan up. The PC should make a recommendation to City Council regarding the proposed project plan. The use is PD commercial zone, lists restaurants or other eating or drinking established as a permitted use. The site plan, the proposed 4,081 square foot single level with a flat roof building will house the two eating, drinking establishments mentioned above. The building is 26 feet in height and has an exterior of synthetic stucco and two brick colors, red and black, and also an ebony color split face CMU concrete masonry units. The colors are intended to complement Harmon Store and also reflect the red hills and black lava common to Santa Clara. There are 29 parking spaces for employees and customers, plus access to the common area parking in front of Harmon Store. The city parking standard requires one parking per 100 square feet of gross floor area, which would translate to 40 parking spaces. The applicant provided 29 spaces on the acre pad site, and another 11 spaces are available in the common area parking. The site plan shows two 12.5 width drive-through lanes, one of which is partially within the front setback area. The existing 16-foot wide landscape strip at the front of lot near Pioneer Parkway will be reduced to 5 feet for an additional 5 feet of sidewalk width of 10 feet. So you have a 10-foot wide sidewalk. The 11-foot wide landscape strip along Pioneer will be augmented with other landscaping elsewhere on the site. Overall, 20% of the site is in landscape according to the site plan legend. The landscape area includes the islands, including within the parking lot. The parking lot lights should be shielded or hooded to prevent light pollution off-site.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to the building elevations. I'm also doing the site plan and the building elevations, but they weren't very, so you could see them.
They were going to provide a colored elevation. I wonder, did they do that?
I did email that to Selena last week. I can pull it up here if you guys want me to.
So let me, the 26-foot tall building has exterior of synthetic stucco, EFS, and 3 types of brick and CMU split face block, which provides the red, black, and dark gray. Exterior, which should be a pleasant color, complementing the Harmon Store and the natural surrounding. Staff's recommendations: the landscape is critical in the appearance of the property and others along Pioneer Parkway and Rachel Drive. The landscape requirements of the PDC zone is to landscape the area between the curb and 20 feet front setback line, with the exclusion of the sidewalk width. The 20-foot front setback line is measured from the front property line. This is, in this case, one of the drive-through lanes extends into the front setback area. Because this site has 20% landscape throughout the site, the PC and the city council may reduce the front landscape strip to not less than 10 foot in width. The plan shows an approximately 11-foot wide planter strip along Pioneer. The landscape accommodates will allow the drive-through lane to extend into the front setback area as shown on the proposed site plan. So you guys seen the site plan? And they're proposing the double driveway. One would be for Malbetta's, one would be for Swig.
So I have a question, Corey.
Yes.
And maybe this is Malbetta later. But didn't we reduce that for the car wash next to it? Didn't we reduce that to about 11 feet as well?
It actually matches. You can see it on that site plan.
Well, yeah, so I think, I mean, to go back with what we were talking about before is what we do for one, we do for another.
Yep.
So That's my, oh, I see it in the site plan. Okay, yeah, it does match.
Yeah, we did do that because you recall the Tag and Go had a lot of landscaping, elsewhere on the site, and that's what the
Yeah.
code says, is that as long as there's significant landscaping outside of that front 10-foot strip, then the city council can approve that 10-foot wide. Otherwise, the normal requirement, again, we go through this every time we do a PD commercial. It's curb to the front setback line, which depending on where the property line is, because the setbacks measured from the property line, it can be 25 to 30 feet. In this case, that's probably about 30 feet because I think the sidewalk's about the property line. But on Tag and Go, we approved the 10-foot wide, actually 11-foot, and that's what they're requesting here. And I thought the landscaping was pretty significant on this. If you look at their landscape plan,
There's a lot of plants on
there's a lot of plants.
Do we have, is that what Jeremy's hanging around for us so he can be the only public in this public hearing? To
Well, yeah.
come?
Should we start this public hearing? Jeremy, do you have something to say on this?
The lower, item number 2 on the colored renditions is pad C. So you wanted to color, there it shows the landscaping and the brick and stucco areas.
They all look very similar. They
Yeah,
match.
yeah.
Uniform, I like it.
And they're consistent with the awnings that are on Cafe Rio, the metal that you can see, they have those consistent, so the buildings will look similar throughout the whole project.
Excellent.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Let's hope that landscaping turns out as heavily as they've shown it.
All right, well, then I'll open the public hearing. Are we talking the public hearing? Because if I was going to say something, I would say that we need to get this mobetas done as quickly as possible. Because I would pretty much eat my own foot if it was cooked by those guys with their sauce.
Exactly. Before you do that, there is a Mobetta's down, a new one in St. George.
I know. Oh, I know. Jeremy, did you have something? Excellent.
Listen to me again. So
State your name.
Jeremy Call, 3744 Rachel Drive, Santa Clara, Utah, 84765. Okay, zoning ordinance, again, just go over a few things about this project. Is it says that the development in the PD zone, PD commercial zone, the development shall utilize design and development features that would not be possible by the application of lot by lot zoning district regulations. And I can't find anything in this project that wouldn't be allowed in the regular commercial zone. So it says that it shall utilize design and development features. So there's nothing special or unique about this that couldn't be done elsewhere. But the ordinance does require them to be unique in the PD zone. And then one more thing. It says it's the specific purpose and intent of the planned development district regulations too. And under E, it says provide a review process by the planning commission, which will allow them an opportunity to evaluate whether the proposed development will be in harmony with the character of the neighborhood in which the development is located. And you guys previously said that there was a building that wasn't in harmony with the character of the neighborhood, and it wasn't in harmony, but the city council
Approved it anyway.
approved it anyways. But you stated that it wasn't in harmony. And so I'm wondering if this is actually in harmony with the harmony that you sought before.
I like this building way more
Yeah,
than the other one we're talking about.
it's much more harmonized.
But you stated it wasn't in harmony because parking was in front and the building wasn't pushed to the street, if I'm not mistaken, that was the reason it wasn't in harmony.
Well, in this one, there is no parking. in
But the
front of it.
building is pushed back behind a driveway.
Yeah, it has a drive-through lane. Yeah.
It doesn't,
But at least the parking is to the rear of the building. And it's in the COVID era, drive-through lanes have suddenly become a lot more important.
yep.
Man's got to eat.
It's not that important. I think you can all cook a meal if you had to. You're not going to die because Mobetta's isn't there.
I can actually buy the Mobetta sauce now. They sell it.
Yeah, see, you can cook it at
So,
home.
and I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, what Marv said earlier was if we allow it for one, we have to allow it for everybody. And so next door, we allowed the drive-through lane.
But you didn't. Where next door did you allow a drive-through lane between the building and the street?
Tag and go.
The
Ah,
parking,
but that's next on the agenda.
This is,
we approved the building
Approved the
already.
building.
This is a conditional use permit. And the next door, we approved the way the building looks because it's going to look exactly the same as the existing building next door.
Yeah, that's in harmony with the building.
That is in harmony. So you are correct.
And it does say encourage the best possible site plans and building arrangement. So it's not just the elevation, the color of the building, the materials of the building, but it's the actual layout of the site.
Right.
So,
And I actually like the fact that it's going to look very similar to Cafe Rio. I like that
Okay.
kind of uniformity.
well, that is, yeah, that is good.
Yeah.
So I brought a picture for you. This is a Walgreens with a drive-through. The building's located at the street, like the ordinance encourages and the general plan encourages. This is, that's a Chick-fil-A. The building's on the street and it has a huge drive-through back behind it, but it's located on the street. So I'm just saying it's possible with good design to design a site plan that allows the building to be in harmony with other buildings that were located against the street.
So you're a qualified guy.
If you want me to come
Showed
up
me
with a
some
plan,
pictures.
I'll shoot you a plan.
I'm just wondering, off
I
the
didn't-
top of your head, spitballing here. Could you come up with a way to get 2 drive-throughs?
Yep.
On the front side of the building that the people don't have to walk through it to get to the building?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
In that spot.
in that same spot, same amount of land.
I believe so, yes. Yep. So I think you should challenge the designers to come up with something like that.
I don't know.
But it is possible. Have parking in the middle with 2 drives on the side and push the building to the street. It's possible to do it.
Be hard to get an F-350 crew cab to make that turn to
Yeah,
bend
your
around
turn
into
radiuses.
that
I don't know if
drive-through.
your turn radiuses are going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It should at least be given a chance.
That would be tight. I don't know how you do that.
Well, maybe Kristen is still on Zoom, maybe.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, if you've heard the comments, do you have anything to weigh in on?
We certainly appreciate the concerns. We know that it's important to dress up the facade where it faces the public street, especially since we're not pushing right up against it. So we have tried architecturally to dress up that back facade. I don't know how you would possibly get 2 drive-throughs without circling around the back of the building with the width that we've got. If somebody wants to send us a sketch of what they think could work, we could certainly give it to our civil designer to look at. But, you know, we are professional engineers. We've done a lot of retail design. I don't see how you could fit 2 drive-throughs and a 4,500 square foot building on less than an acre without circling around the building, because you would have to basically have a U-turn sort of on each side of the building where you sort of come along the side, make a U-turn, and then come back up against the building.
Harmon's does.
Just trying to get a car to make a tight U-turn like that. It's just it would be a struggle.
So they do own the adjacent property, right, with Cafe Rio?
They do. Their agreement with Cafe Rio is that they must maintain a certain amount of parking between the Pad C building and the Cafe Rio building. So we've pushed it as tight as we can without violating that lease agreement.
But you
we
could,
can't go any tighter.
but you could, without doing a U-turn, you could turn into the Cafe Rio parking lot.
And then come back around to the building.
Well, so what if someone came up with a plan that worked? Then what?
Well, you can do it for one, but you can't do it for both, can you?
I
don't think.
Right.
That's in my head, but that's it's possible. I know it's possible. Well, I'll send you a plan.
Double decker,
What's that?
double decker drive-throughs.
Oh, I like that idea.
That wouldn't fit, that wouldn't be in harmony with the rest of the,
Well, I will accept the challenge and I'll send you something. But then where does it go from there? Who do I send it to?
You could copy Corey and you could send it. He can give you Kristen Boros as the architect on this project.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jeremy.
So what's the rest of the public hearing? Do you have any comments from the internet or anything like that?
Have anybody?
No.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing at that point. Okay. All right. Any other questions from you guys? Zoomers, do you guys have any questions?
I don't, just to reiterate what I said before, we did it for tag and go, and I'm very hesitant to not do it when we did it for the property right next to them.
Agreed. Okay, then. Somebody want to take a shot at this?
Just briefly, commissioners, just if you can include in your recommendation specification on that landscaping point that you've discussed.
Okay.
Did it match to as close as possible what they show in their renderings and
Yeah.
their
What I think Dave is referring to is that you're going to recommend a reduction to go with the 11-foot wide landscape strip as they're showing, and in consideration of the other landscaping that's throughout their site. If you look on the screen, obviously you can see all their parking islands or landscape, and both the side and rear, the side property line there is pretty heavily. So that, we're possibly going to be faced with one here soon, unless that may not be that well landscaped and it's across the street, but we're going to see what they come back with. But anyway, that's I think what Devin was referring to, right? Is that
Correct.
landscape, that accommodation that they could use part of the front setback for the drive-through, one of the drive-through lanes.
still not understanding it.
Well, they're normally in a front setback. The code says you either put a sidewalk, which they have, or you landscape it. Period. Landscaping or sidewalk. Here they have a drive-through lane, which doesn't fit in. But the code says you can allow a reduction in that landscape area if the rest of the site has considerable landscaping. So that's what you're doing.
So now, and thus allowing for the 11-foot.
Yes, but you're the 11-foot wide landscape area. And so one of those lanes will end up using part of the front setback area.
And so that the planting strips, that the planters that are in front of Cafe Rio have been incorporated into this design too. So just the way it was at Tag and Go. So they'll be all along Pioneer. Sidewalk, they'll sit a little closer so that people can walk side by side down the sidewalk.
So they fixed them, what you're saying.
So
They
what-
fixed the planter.
They did, yeah.
You're waiting for somebody to make a motion?
I am.
You want me
I
to give
will
it a
make a
shot?
motion.
There we go.
Recommend to the city council to consider the approval of the proposed Mobetta's Restaurant and Swig drive-through in the planned development commercial zone located approximately 3510 Pioneer Parkway in front of the Harmon store, with condition that their landscaping is consistent with the renderings that they have given to us today.
Excellent.
I will
Second.
second that.
Okay, Shelley got in under the wire. I've got a first from Curtis and a second from Shelley. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. That moves us down to 6, consideration of a conditional use permit for tag and go car wash. Now, why is this coming back?
Okay, I just cover that actually. So it came before us, and in the staff report, we mentioned there was a conditional use, but what we didn't do, and Jeremy caught it very astutely, but we didn't notice it as a separate item, or we didn't, I don't think the neighbors were necessarily notified. I'm not sure, but it wasn't listed on the agenda as, a separate conditional use item. So Jeremy filed an appeal, and the council is the appeal authority, but I think the answer is just redo it and do it correctly.
Okay.
So we're redoing the conditional use for the tag and go car wash, which was in a PD commercial zone. But here's the deal. As you recall, the code, let me just get back here. In the PD commercial zone, it lists auto repair completely enclosed as a conditional use. And so we talked about the car wash being maybe similar to that. The car wash is nearly enclosed. It has an opening on each end. And we, the staff made an assumption or a statement that we felt the automatic car wash was similar in nature to an auto repair completely enclosed, which is listed in the code. Under the code, that's a planning commission determination. So you guys would need to state, first of all, you'd have to make the finding, say, yes, we think with the tag and go with the way it's laid out, the openings is similar in nature. And all that does is then, okay, it's similar to another conditional use. Because that's what auto repair completely enclosed is listed as a conditional use. So if you made the finding that the tag and go is similar in use to another proposed use, then we're going to then say, okay, let's then consider the conditional use. And we need to go through the steps, and state law talks, in fact, it says in the state law, a land use authority, which in this case is the planning commission, shall approve a conditional use if reasonable conditions are proposed or can be imposed to mitigate the reasonably anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use in accordance with the applicable standards. So the city adopted some standards, and those are in section 17.40.055. And those standards with a bunch of subsets, but the standards themselves are noise, dust, odors, aesthetics, safety, traffic, height, hours of operation, utility capacity, and public health. So again, each of those standards in the code have a little paragraph below them addressing those. I didn't list all those. But anyway, so when you think about a tag and go car wash, what negative impacts could it have that we would want to impose conditions? I'd say you can make a case that perhaps the aesthetics is a potential negative. In this case, you look at the building design, and if you thought it was well designed, then also landscaping would come into play. And if you remember the site plan, that tag and go had lots and lots of landscaping throughout. Anyway, that's what we need to do. We need to make a determination if you think it's similar in nature to a completely enclosed auto repair shop. If it's, say, yeah, it's similar, it's in, same ballpark, whatever, then I think you can move forward with step 2, which is actually considering as a conditional use and, formally saying, okay, does it have some potentially negative impacts? If so, impose a condition. If not, then we approve it. And Jeremy's here for that issue. In the appeal, Jeremy, and I'm not going to steal your thunder, Jeremy, so come on up, but he talks about the wording in the general plan. Well, the general plan is an advisory document. It's recommending, and we kind of found out what the council thinks when they did the Ace Hardware. So all those nice statements about what should happen in the Pioneer Parkway retail core, which is covered in the general plan, moving the building to the front and all those things. The council said, no, it's not critical. That's not a requirement. So we start, taking that into consideration, I guess. But anyway, but again, the state law on conditional use, you don't have a lot of discretion because it says it shall be approved if reasonable conditions are proposed or can be imposed to mitigate any anticipated detrimental effects. So that's what we're faced with.
So the question is what if we don't feel that it has anything or doesn't fall under the same statutes as a closed automobile repair facility?
If you don't feel it's similar in nature, then we'd have to, look at another alternative, either it's not an option for them to be there. If they're not part of the approved or conditional use list, then that means it's not an allowed use, or somebody would have to amend the code to make that a car wash. They'd have to amend the code to say car wash is a permitted use or a conditional use.
Or we can make conditions that mitigate the reasonably anticipated detrimental effect.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, and that. But I think in order to get to that point, you have to make the state. You have to get the finding that car wash is similar in nature, not a car wash, but this car wash is at least similar in nature to an enclosed auto repair. I think that is, Devin, have I hit that, or Corey, have I covered that right? But
I think that's right.
I think we could say that it's similar in nature or not, or maybe not as bad as. But we have to do that as a planning commission, right? First.
Yeah. I think that's step 1. The code says the planning commission, of course, the new code, but this is under the old one, the one that was just amended, change that, make that a city council determination. But this is kind of, we're still going under the old code, which says the planning commission shall make the determination of, is this similar and in harmony with other uses?
Well, that'll be a separate motion. Are we ready to make a motion on that?
It could be in one motion.
Sure.
Okay.
Well,
But again, the question
we
is,
have to decide, is it similar? We have to agree collectively that we feel that it's similar to a car wash is similar to an auto repair business. And in my opinion, it is. It's closed. It does have the open on the ends, but they can still have the drawers pulled down if in adverse weather or adverse conditions. So as I look at that, that is like an automobile repair shop.
I agree.
It could be any different than going down to Curtis's work.
And I'll make that motion. I move that we determine that the tag and go car wash is similar in nature. I'm getting punch drunk or something. Is similar in nature to a enclosed auto repair facility as stated in the code.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a first from Marv and a second from Mark. All in favor?
Aye. So
Okay.
now we can do the conditional use permit.
Now we talk about the conditional use.
Right.
So
Exactly.
quite frankly, we've already determined that it's the same. So I would like to make a motion that we recommend,
I probably want to let
hold on.
Jeremy talk.
but it's not a public hearing.
It is not a public hearing.
It's not a public hearing,
So that's up to the commissioner.
But we're going to be kind.
but we're going to be kind.
Jeremy, go ahead.
No, I want to hear because quite honestly, you've been educating. You've been educating. So I get it.
Besides that, he deserves it.
Yeah.
Waited.
Waited.
Yeah.
And I'm okay if you don't want to listen to me, it's okay. But I will
Hey.
still appeal it because there are certain things that have
Hey,
happened.
Jeremy, could you take off your message?
Yes.
Area? Sorry.
Jeremy call 3744 Rachel Drive. Sorry about that. So here's the thing is 3 buildings were approved in that same area and they were required to push the building to the street. And the 4th building came through and the planning commission told them it needed to be pushed to the street. And the city council came back and said, no, it doesn't have to because the zoning ordinance only says it should be located at the street.
Yeah.
The difference here is that it's a conditional use. And I'm going to read to you what the zoning ordinance says because it doesn't say should anymore. Okay, it says in section 1740.050, the planning commission shall consider a conditional use permit. Oh, sorry, there's a few other things. So shall not, never mind. This is the check. This is the box checking thing, and I'll go over that in a second. Okay, let me just. Okay, just give me 1 second here. Sorry about that. Okay. Right here. So in approving a conditional use permit, the planning commission shall find. Okay, so it says shall find. And one of them is that the use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, welfare, and aesthetics, or detrimental to property or improvements in the area. And then it says that the proposed use is in harmony with the intent and purpose of the general plan, or that the plan shall have first been amended through a public hearing. So that's the point that I'm trying to make here is that you have to find that that project is in harmony with the intent and purpose of the general plan. So now that general plan that what once was just an idea, that was a nice idea, is now required for you to find that it's in harmony with the intent. And if you look at the intent of the general plan, it says, well, just to be brief, there's all kinds of things in there about intent that you could say the building needs to be at the street in order to meet the intent. But it says in the general plan that the illustrations in the general plan show the intent of the general plan. And there is an illustration of that entire neighborhood and that street corner, and all the buildings are shown on the street. Harmon's is shown exactly where it was built. It's consistent with the general plan, and the buildings in that neighborhood are shown all on the street, against the street with the parking in the rear. And so in order, in my mind, in order to meet the intent of the general plan, then you need to follow the illustrations that are in there. And it's not just illustrations, there's lots of other things in the general plan. And if you wanted to hear me all night, then I could read them all to you, but we don't want to be here all night. But the point I'm trying to make is that once it went to a conditional use, there were additional requirements that made it so they really shall meet those requirements instead of should meet those requirements. And then as far as checking the boxes, which Marv talked about earlier, is one of those boxes that it says they shall do is submit a complete application, which includes a soils report and a drainage plan. And I don't think they submitted those. So we can't necessarily check the box on the conditional use applications.
I think those are, Isn't that an optional thing if it's necessary for a soils?
It says right there in the zoning ordinance.
What section is that?
Okay, just a second.
But that would be submitted as part of the overall development, not this.
Well, no, it says right here, I'll just read it to you. It says the planning commission will not,
And what section are you reading?
I'm sorry, 17.40.050.
Okay.
The planning commission will not consider a conditional use permit without the preparation and submission of an accurate and complete development plan. This section, it says that the applicant shall submit a soils report and a drainage plan, and those weren't included. So I didn't quote the whole exact thing, but it did mention those in that section.
Jeremy, actually, Harmon's for their site plan submitted a soils report and drainage plan.
Okay. Yeah. So that would cover that.
It would, because those pads were part of the Harmon's development. So they
Okay.
had to do an overall drainage and soils report.
Perfect. So that covers that. Thank you, Corey.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions? Corey?
Just a comment, you know, it's too bad you weren't here when we all went to battle on that Ace Hardware. That was a bloody, you know, we all, I think, fought hard to make it happen. It didn't happen. And so now we're kind of trying to be somewhat consistent with other applicants. But on that section you read about under the Planning Commission action number D, it says that the proposed use is in harmony with the intent and purpose of the general plan. Proposed use, in which car, you know, we're talking a tag and go car wash. I don't know, you know, you can make a little distinction between the use and the layout and the site plan and what it looks like, which you're really arguing. I mean, you're saying, yeah, and then, I mean, we're all feeling that same way, but now the council, who's the grand poobah of the group, said that putting the building to the front isn't necessarily a requirement that they feel has to be met. So,
But that's because it says should, but so if you read in section B also, it says that the use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, welfare, or aesthetics, or detrimental to property or improvements in the area. And when you read the general plan, it talks about the intent and purpose of the general plan is to avoid detrimental effects. And so if you're not following the general plan, then are you avoiding those detrimental effects?
well, again, you know.
So we
Tip for a tat, you could argue that for days and days and days.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you right now, if I'd have been here and hadn't been sick with pneumonia, I would have voted nay on the Harmon's things. I would have, it was okay. Moving it, the size of that building, if you'd have put that out on the street, have you driven by the Dollar Tree? I'm sick.
Well, I'm not
Okay,
saying that.
so I'm saying those could have detrimental effect.
Yeah.
And now that we're seeing it, we are seeing detrimental effect.
And because if you would have followed the general plan though completely, you would have avoided those detrimental effects because it talks about the facade on the street and how it needs to have fenestration and
Transparency.
and
lots of
transparency.
windows.
And so,
You wouldn't have had an Ace Hardware is what we're saying, you know.
or a Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, I mean,
But at the end of the day, we also have to do what's collectively the better for the entire community. Correct? Our job is to do what's best for the entire community, not a certain pocket. We're to follow the master plan. Just hear me out, but it's for the betterment of the entire community.
yeah. So how does that make a difference though?
Because we need to have viable businesses in our community.
But following the general plan and following the ordinance doesn't say they can't go there. It just tells them how to put it there. That's all it does. It doesn't say you can't be here. It's just
You can't tell me that putting a 26,000 square foot building on that corner is the right thing to do.
I can actually. Yeah.
You know, it works if
I
you have
can.
lots of windows
And
and it's
and
totally
I can-
different
It
design.
didn't fit it didn't fit the use of the building itself though, guys.
Right.
I can send you all kinds of documents.
Well,
if you
I
want.
mean, you can argue the design. I can argue design with you all day long. I mean, there's no question. But the bottom line is it didn't fit their need for their business. Having the windows and the openness didn't fit their need.
I don't think it fit their budget.
I don't think, I don't know that answer to that, Mark.
There's a lot of people in retail that would disagree with you.
So
Say that,
I know it's late, guys, but can we
Yeah.
get back to the?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, so my honest opinion is we are doing the right thing in granting the conditional use for tag and go.
Just really quickly, commissioners, and I know there are strong feelings on this, very strong feelings, but on subsection D, these are the criteria for the grant of a conditional use permit that are up on the monitor. And Mr. Call has referenced subsection D that the use, proposed use is in harmony with the intent and purpose of the general plan. The general plan itself, well, Bob has mentioned under state law, it's an advisory document. The second point I wanted to make about the general plan is that the plan itself is not, it's not a legal document. It doesn't impose hard and fast rules. And in fact, the elements that we've been talking about, the general plan says that these are objectives that are encouraged. We're encouraging these objectives. The general plan does not say they must have all of these elements. As I'm looking at policy 4.10 in the general plan, says on the Pioneer Parkway retail core, the city encourages the creation, again, encourage. If you go up into the Pioneer Parkway retail core objective is to ensure the flow of traffic in a major transportation corridor while providing significant retail and employment opportunities in a pedestrian-oriented center. Action 4.8, work with the local property owners to adopt design objectives for the Pioneer Parkway area that encourages, and then it lists all of these elements. And so I don't think it's accurate to say that what you're asked to grant today is violates the general plan. The general plan encourages certain elements. They're not hitting all of these. So this is not a violation of the general plan.
But you're telling us it is.
well, it says it shall be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the general plan. And obviously.
The general plan is just an advisory document. It's not an ordinance,
So left for interpretation.
right?
Well, and the general plan itself says encourage. If we wanted to say must, words have meaning. You can't just say, well, by encourage, we meant no. You will have every one of these design elements. It's a different matter.
So if we approve this conditional use permit, is it going to get appealed and we're going to end back in the same conversation next month?
So if it were appealed, it would go to the city council.
And they would have to approve it.
We just answered our question though, because the word has meaning. It doesn't, the shall is an interpretation. The general plan is a recommendation or an advisory document, correct?
What this says, what this is saying is what we do with conditional use permits is going to be consistent with what our general plan is. And again, our general plan is this 30,000 foot level idea or a forecast of where we're going to go with development. And so the document can be very specific, it can be less specific. And here I read this, I mean, we're encouraging these design elements. And I know people feel strongly about this, that no, we need to require that, but that's not what the general plan says. It doesn't say must, shall. Everything will have this exact list of elements. It says
Well, we've said this before, but just to rehash it, is it talks about we're saying that in approving this conditional use, the proposed use is this, the use, not the design, not the layout, but the use. I'm good with proceeding and approving it.
Okay.
So again, we are approving, we've already approved that the fact that car wash is similar to an auto repair shop. So now we need to approve the conditional use.
Right. And if you feel that conditions need to be imposed, this is the opportunity to do that.
What conditions would we even consider, really?
Yeah. And
The
one of those.
site plan's been approved.
Yeah, and that address, because you got a building elevation, and if you're still satisfied with the, the aesthetics of that building, then we're covered. I think, because that's really the only negative. They're not particularly noisy. I mean, I've been to a Tag and Go. I don't recall them making a lot of noise. It's an interior in a building, and they don't make odors, or if you go through the list, they don't create dust and all these other things. So I think to me, it's ready. I don't know that any conditions need to be imposed, but that's, your determination.
I'm ready to get it off the dime and make a motion.
Hey, Marv, Devin Snow. If you could take a look at the findings that are required, or you just tick those off there, Marv. They're on the screen. Can you see those?
Yep, I can. So I move that we approve the conditional use permit for a Tag and Go car wash in the planned development commercial zone located in the Harmons development, and that we find that the proposed use is necessary and desirable, that the use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare or aesthetics, and that the proposed use will comply to the regulations of this title, and that the proposed use is in harmony with the intent and purpose of the general plan.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a first from Marv and a second from Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Desert Village.
Number
Item
7.
7, Planning Commission agenda. Consider the final plat for Desert Village Phase 1, with 64 units on 6.3 acres located east of Rachel Drive, and that is east of Lava Ridge Intermediate School and north of Harmon Store. Cole West Development is the applicant. The zone is PD residential. General plan designations, medium density residential. There's 17.18 acres. The project engineers, Rosenberg and Associates. This final plat request, the applicants proposes 64 two-story townhome units and 28 buildings on 6.3 acres Phase 1 site. This project was originally approved as Split Rock Townhomes proposed by D.R. Horton, but the D.R. Horton group decided not to pursue the project, and it was purchased by Cole West Homes and pursuant with the same footprint, and they proceeded with the same footprint, but a somewhat different unit design, which was approved by the Planning Commission and City Council as part of the amended PDR zone for Desert Village with a density bonus. Interior building materials includes tile roof, two-tone stucco color with bands and pop-out features, and attached two-car garage. Project amenities are pool with bathroom and small playground area and pickleball courts. Also landscape common area with about all total 36.5% of the total site area. An HOA will be formed to maintain the common area and all the landscaping. Traffic access, all roads will be public and conform to the city public street standards. The project will have 2 accesses off Rachel Drive. Decel lane will be needed on Rachel Drive, particularly with the traffic associated with the Lava Ridge Intermediate School located across the street to the west. Unit locations located on Rachel Drive will be rear loading, fronting Rachel Drive for home entry with the garage access off the interior of the street. The same design feature also applies to the units along lava flow wash. The units will appear to front the wash with garage access to the interior public street. Based on the trip generation manual, 182 townhomes are estimated to generate over 1,000 trips per day based on the trip rate of 5.86 trips per unit per day. This is going, note that going and returning are counted as 2 trips. The traffic impact study has been prepared by a traffic planning firm to study the impact of the projected traffic generated by the project. The plan for Rachel Drive modifications has been approved by City Council to approve the traffic flow on Rachel. Staff recommends the project is generally well planned and the phase 1 plat is compliant with the approval of PDR zone project plan. So staff recommends approval of phase 1 final plat. And that's staff's comments. I'll pull that up for you.
Okay, so this is the final plat, which means they're getting ready to start construction on those buildings. They're already pretty far along on there.
And they moved a ton of dirt.
Yeah.
Dirt work. Whoa. Have you walked out through there and looked at any of that?
They have, I've just been watching it.
I walked behind it the other day on the trail. And they have moved on dirt a lot. Has anything changed since we've reviewed, is there any significant change or anything throughout that we've seen that's different than what we've seen in the past? Drake, can you answer that?
Who?
Drake Howe. Has anything changed?
Hi there, commissioners. Great to be with you tonight. It's certainly a long night. The question is, has anything significantly changed from when you reviewed this when we went through the process of the preliminary plat and site plan approval? And the answer to that is no. If you compare what we had presented to you on a full project basis, all we're doing tonight is just requesting approval of our first phase, which is the 64 units, 10 buildings, the first phase of the Desert Village Townhome project. And yes, we've moved a lot of dirt. Development's going along very well, and we're working through with Corey and his team with the outside plan reviewer. We're reviewing building plans as we speak and looking forward to pulling our first building permit.
It's not in the packet, Corey, by the way. It's not. I had to go back and find it on the separate file.
What, the overall plat?
Yeah, it's not, it didn't show up in the packet. So you have to go back to files and find it in the list. So anyway. Hey Drake, are you gonna try to start construction on one of these buildings before the roads are paved?
Yes, yeah, we'll work with staff on that. We've talked to staff already. We'll have the necessary all-weather access and fire water, meaning a hydrant available. We hope to pull the permit for building 1, which is 7 units, even before the improvements are completed. As per the city, as what the city allows, that's our intent.
Okay.
Well, if there's nothing changed for the preliminary, let's go ahead.
Was that Marv? Were you saying something?
Yeah, I was trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said, if there's nothing changed from the preliminaries, let's get this show on the road.
You got a date, Marv?
You're home, Marv. We're still sitting here.
I have been on the computer in meetings since 7:30 this morning.
What's the big rush? I guess I don't understand what the big rush is, Marv.
I am so tired.
If there's no significant change and everything's there and they're talking about getting building one underway with proper conditions with the city, with the fire hydrants and whatnot,
And staff was fine with it.
staff was good with it. So,
Okay, there's your final plat up on the monitor.
okay.
I kind of wanted to talk about it some more, but okay, Marv, if you want to go, let's go.
Hey, if you've got a quorum, I can just drop off.
Hey, we can't. Stay on.
Somebody's anxious to go to bed.
I think we do, actually. But anyway, yeah, I'm ready for a recommendation.
I make a motion that we recommend to the city council approval of final plat for Desert Village Phase 1 with 64 units on the 6.3 acres located east of Rachel Drive and north of the Harmon store as presented to us tonight.
A second.
I've got a first from Mark and a second from Shelley. All in favor?
Aye.
There you go. Drake, go build something.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Drake. Queso.
Queso.
I want to.
Now I'm
queso.
hungry.
Yeah, you're talking, right? Let's go get some queso and chips. I haven't had dinner yet. In fact, I hadn't had lunch. That's really getting to me. I want to learn something every time we do this. So we've learned something tonight. I think that this interpretation of the general plan, his sticking point was shall, and that's not correct. Am I understanding that properly?
Correct.
Well, he's right that we have to do what's in the general plan.
Right.
But when you look to the general plan document itself, it's not as mandatory and
It gives some leeway.
not as mandatory as some of the citizens have suggested.
And so the citizens, or me, I even interpret it when my first interpretation was something was wrong. So,
I mean, it's like, Governor Herbert encourages me to wear a mask.
right,
I'm free to deviate.
he can't make you.
It's not a
law.
It's not a law. It's an encouragement. I can violate it. I can go against it without any repercussions. Now, if he issues an order with a mandate, you shall, then
Right.
it has force of law. But we don't get there by saying encourage.
Jeremy's frustration too is that we had a pattern of asking all these businesses to move to the front. We did that. And then,
Well, and I don't disagree with that.
yeah, it's like, I don't either. I mean, and then.
But I will tell you that I did disagree with it after we stopped and looked at that size of that building. And I started looking at, and I went and did some touring. So I honestly would have voted nay that day. I know that I've told you that in the past based on some things, but I also, now that I'm watching that Dollar Tree,
Oh, I drove by that today and
guys, I'm nervous.
I'm
nervous.
not a fan at all.
Well, hopefully, I haven't seen it, but hopefully it'll look a lot better.
Well, I think the starkness of a metal building, because they put the metal building up, then they put their EFS wrap on it. And, I think that's what's got me. But still, it's darn close to that.
Well, it's so close to the roads, to both roads right there. It just makes it look so much bigger because it's right there. It just like
Imagine if we
30
had
stories tall.
26,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the same.
But if
thing
you were
about
that
the bank
neighbor, would you rather have it out there by the
Until it
corner
was finished.
or next
I
to your
don't
house?
disagree with that either. And that's the hard part.
Take
This is the hard part, that we have to listen to these people. We do have to listen. But at the end of the day, it's the betterment of the whole community.
Yeah.
And that's where I think people get caught up. I know I do. That's where I get emphatic.
Yeah.
But I want it my way, but then I also stop. It's really hard for me to stop. So, okay, it's going to affect Mark different in his neighborhood.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
You approve the minutes.
Yes.
I move that we approve the minutes.
I wasn't here, so.
I wasn't either.
I glanced through them. They looked
Barry and my brother
appropriate.
passed away the week before. Totally unsuspected.
Okay.
James, you're up.
To do what do you call it? A motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. I motion that we approve the minutes from the October 8th, 2020 regular meeting.
Okay.
I second.
All right, I've got a motion from James and a second from Shelley. We approve the minutes. All in favor?
No discussion items?
No discussion.
No discussion.
Was there items that need to be changed?
Did I? We don't have any discussion items. I wasn't even going to ask. At 10 o'clock, we have no discussion items.
Good night, kids. My internet
Night.
turned off at 10. I gotta go lock it back down or else I'll never see my family again.
Guys.
See ya.
I shut my